מבחן שופט בבת הגדולה על החכם זה שאפילו הוא סרטה ונכנס לתוך הקורבה בסדר, זה מתמודד, זה על החכם, בסדר, זה כן אומר אבל שם אתם באור באמת פסולים אז כאן אנחנו כבר יוזרים חוזר בוא לי כלי יעלה לא יקרה לא יעומד בוא לבעזור של גדולה הנה ולא יעומד כאילו שהוא מרבה ששתיהם אלו כבר סנדוי ראינו מקים לספרה כמובן אבל שאתה בו יספרה הוא אומר בתוך נובי יספר ביהודו ששם אתה בו טוב טוב יעברי alors que moi ils sont ואין לנו כאילו איזה משם טוב ואין לנו זה אין לנו שאנחנו כמו רביונס זה בעצם שבה רובי טיפולו הכי מסתיר אנחנו רואים זה משם טוב שזה קשה שאנחנו רואים את זה צור גזעים או אין מסתרה בשביל זה ירדה לארץ ישראל ופה והקפידו לא נתנו את העניין מסביבה זאת אומרת, כל המון יש לך את המון מה שנקרא קבל קבל בעצמי ארץ ישראל, לא ממש הזכיר לי שאמריקאים שבאים לארץ אומרים כמו אשכנזים אומרים את החלק האחורי זה לא יודעים שזה בעיה תגיד לי גם שצורפו לשלטות של הספרדים ואשכנזים לדבר לא היו צורפו לזה האשכנזים מבינים הוא מגיע לארץ ישראל מתחיל פה שליטה אחרת שליטה שמתיר את מה שרב שמואל עשרים אומרת שליטה שמשנה את דבר אתה תקבל עם הדבר זה עולה לארץ של שמואל רגע זה משנה זה לא עושה אמרו מה אני אמרתי את דבר שרב שמואל לא הזמקיר אני מגיע לכולי העם וגומר אני לא חמקתי יש הוא לוקח שמואל בכל מקומות הוא לא דבר מדייר הוא בסדר שוב רבי יוסף אבל לא כולי העם ממנו אני לוקח לכולם בגדול אני לא אומר רק יהודי לבוא מה אתה מביא מישהו ככה שום דבר הוא לוקח כולנו מספרים מתגאה בגאורץ שיהודי הוא היה מספר משהו הוא היה שוכח מישהו שאולי זה היה מספרות אולי זה הוא היה עוד שתי שיטות אבל הוא היה מאוד מלא וכל העולם לעצמו אם מאיזה מי הבא לשמוע הוא היה אומר את שתי השמות אז כל שני בעלם לעצמם למשל לא נגיד לא מרגיעים ממנו ברבו הרבי אמר סובר משפטו סובר משפטו אני לא זוכר מי שמעתי ואני רבי היה במשפט גם רבי בצורת כל השעה זה אומר חומה גם רבי לא משפט גם אומר גם רבי לא משפט זה אני לא יודע שלושה מכיר סבתות ובורים שמורים שלושה אנשים יכולים להגיד שהמקום הזה שהשתמרו נוצרו שחוק לא ביזמים גם במקום שהם בו אני לא יודע שלא זה לא בית המשפט בסדר, יש מאוד גדול אפשר לגמור את זה ולדעת שאני יכול להגיד שזה אפשר טוב אם אני לא מגיע בקבוצה אני צריך להקפיד אנחנו להקפיד לגמור זה שהגיע לארץ באופן הוא היה צריך להקפיד לא יכולתי לדבר בשליטה שהיה משפוט לא היה כסף חוק נמי אני מבין מאוד בביקור ישראל ישראל לבדה זה היה ירושלים ישראל לבדה או בגיסים או בגבוה ולעצמי מה זה בגבוה ולעצמי ישראל מישהו עושה עבודה בגבוה ולעצמי כאילו כמו שיש היום אורה היסטורית זה דרך ישראל אז מישהו שמגיע לאנרגיה עצמו כפול בפסק שבדרך ישראל ואנחנו אפילו אנחנו עושה אני מבין את העבודה שזה הוא לא מבין שעושה זה עצמו לא רק שהוא מבין את הדברים בעולם ישראל אבל אני הייתי בדעת ולאחר ולדע היום שיש לו פיסה כזו בסדר אצלנו אין דעת לעשות הוא בא הוא אומר לרבי יוצא בעצם כל זה או לא זה משהו אנחנו לא נעשה שלא אפשר לבוא או להתקשר אז הוא לא תגמור מלא נהר כל נהר יש לו את הדרך שלו ואז הוא נהר נהר בא שכל נהר משפט שבכל שהוא עוגן שונה ולא עם הכל מקומות לבקר שיש הכל שופטים, ולאוילם שופטים, ובכל שופטים. מה זה? מה זה אוילם? מה זה אוילם? אוילם זה לאוילם שופטים. מה זה לאוילם שופטים? לעולם ועד, מה זה אוילם? אלא אם אבל צורך גילי, עוד הסוגיה, זה לא דבר גילי. ניסעתי כי רק כמה חודשים כאשר הייתי במחצי שעות, וזו רק דבר, כל חודשים. יהודה ישראל, אז התחילו לסבור, התחילו לשמור במסך הזה, היה אסור לכל בצד לעבר, היה אסור לכל בצד, סתם סטייק, רצית לאכול סטייק, אתה מביא איתו ולשלוח אותו לאכול סטייק. שזה יכול לשלוח את המימן. זה מסכים שזה, יכולים לשלוח ככה, שופטים ככה. זאת אומרת, והמסר, הדבר הזה, משהו כזה. כמו שבא ישראל אומר משהו קודם, כמו לבוא כמו עם הראש, ולכן אני מצויה שזה לא שקט. זה דבר שאני להוריד אותו בכניסה הבחירות, ואני כבר רואה כאן כל צמחיות, וזה לא נכנס לכניסה הבחירות, היה אסור, וכל צמח, ועכשיו, שיגעון, עכשיו, היה אסור, אז בוא נגיד, סליחה, היה אסור. אז בוא נגיד שאנחנו זה יפה עוד פעם לנגד. ואז זה נמצא לחיות, שכאילו בוא נגיד נמצא לחיות, שני מסלורים מסלורים מסלורים. ועכשיו שבו, ברור, זאת כולם ולהסבר למשל. עכשיו, שבעצמו, שבוא לזה למשל, שבא וגם שבוא לזה, אז זה הכוונה. משפט אחרון של המשנה, לא עובד למשל. לא עובד למשל. לא עובד למשל. האמצע, לא עובד למשל. לא עובד למשל. שלא עובד למשל. אחרי שכל עצמם עושים את כל הדברים, צריכים שליטה ולחיבה. לא, לא, לא. אומר להגיד שמה זה בקריאה, בסוף בזמן לא יצא אז אין מלא, יהיה לחזר עכשיו זה בחג השבועות, חג השבועות זה יחד בחג המושג הזה של יוחד. שצריכים לאכול בשר, יין, וטייבה, כאילו, ליהנות מזה. והשבועות מביא שאחת הסיבות שאומרים חייבים בשבועות בגלל שנאסר להם, אבל לא נאסר בדיוק, הם חייבים לשחוט בשר. ואז בשבילי זאת הכלים שלהם, ואי אפשר, צריכים בניון ואי אפשר להכשיר את הכלים, לא היה הכלים, זה חייבים. ושאול הראשונים, הרי פיצה ושבשר בפנים זה מותר, ואז זה נכנס זה שלהם שבאמת אנחנו יודעים על איסור אחרים של דם, אז אני אומר, הם איסור בשביל הסבב שלנו לא ישתתף. ובעקי בסובה, צריך להבין קצת כלל, לא יהיה כלל, איסור בצבא, אז בכלל שלבצורת ישראל, האיסור היה נחיר. זה לא מצב אחר, לא ישתתף. זה כמובן היה דם, לא שנכנסו באיזה זכות בשר הסיום. זה היה לא לאכול בשר חיים. יש לנו לשמוע על הנושאים בשחר לפני בונו. אותו ינשור ולגות. איפה בתוך מדבר, שמביאים אוילו, שופטים את בין הגות. אז מובן, אני רוצה לצאת שליטה. אלה מבטאים במשוחד, הרי תדע זה גם טוב, גם טוב במשוחד. אבל אני אומר, כמו שאני, ואנחנו נראים, ואנחנו נראים, ובעד, אוהבים לבד, לשמוע גם במדבר, ולשתות במשמע, אני רוצה לעשות בתוך אישון, אישון לדבר, ובואו שצריכים לשמוע. אני לא מגיעו מהעצור ובוקר, שאנחנו נתאם יוגוף עליהם, ובואו יעץ, לבדוק את שליטה עד הכולה. אבל אני אומר, מחיר שלהם, יש שליטה הזאת. אין מדעתי. שליטות, שליטה זה הכוונה, ויש לנו משמע על מצנעה, שאומרים, מצנעה במיונים ששופט. כל השלוש, זה לא אמור לתת צודק, הכל שופטים, עוד נעשוי, אנחנו מדברים על השופטים עצמם, על השופט, לא על הבמה. אני מבין, טיפה, אני לא יודע, בסיסי, שהוא קשר, כל זה, הוא אומר שפט שירד, ואז הוא גם קשר לשפט. לא יודע, זה לא צריך להיות שם בתור איך שופטים. ואם היום, בלילה, ואם הוא שגע, זה כמו שספינה, זה כל הדרגה, ספינה, גם שדיברנו ששר המים, שרואים שופטים במדיזון, אפשר לשפוע את הראש שגע. שלוש מינוס מסכים, כמו שדיברנו על שלוש סוגי סכין, או דרס, לא לשמוע, אם יש איזה חור, ובו זה מה נשמע? כשהקהל שמתחזיר לו, לא יקשבנו, מסוגסת שהוא איש לדבר, כאילו, אם זה נראה ככה, עד שזה קשור שוב, אז זה לא עשו איש, יש לזה באמת בעיה כמו זה, אני יכול לכם, זה המוני את זה בעיה. היו משתמשים בשמש, אתה בודק בסכין השמש, או תעשה את זה, אתה רואה את הצל, הצל מגדיל את זה, אז אתה יכול לראות אותו. ונעזור בו דברים במים, אתה בודקים במים, גם שתקשו, ולבוא תסכים לך על מים, אתה בא לראות, יש לזה כדור. אני לא נעתי עכשיו בזה שלנו. זה התקופה כזה, אם יש קורא, זה יעצור אותו. כל זה חריץ גדול, אבל בסופו גם זה יעצור. הוא אומר עדיין, אומר שיש... בוא נדבר יש ראשון, לא יבוא. לכבוד השיעור, אני אעשה את זה. טוב, זה רצה לדבר כאן, כמובן שלא הייתי מנסה את זה, אל תנסו את זה. לא תביא ויפרס. אז בחום אומר שזה משהו חכם, אתה שם את הסכין על האצבע, תבדוק על האצבע, שלא את הספורות שלו, אל תבדוק, ואז חוסר וחוסר, ולא רק על החוד, אלא גם על הצד הזה, למה? שיש איזה תשובה בצד, זה יכול להרוס את התגובה של כל הדברים ממש לא עושה אותו בגלל משהו ששמע. אז כל שר אמר, הבן של רעב אמר, אומר בהם לעשה מפריד והפגישה של משפט, אומר בשם שלך, בשם שלו. I see her go to reset the videos thing. אז זהו, אתה משתחווה לעם, זה כלום. עכשיו, אני רק שזה גדול. אז בואו, בגלל שזה הסרטון כל כך יפה, יש מקומות מתקדמים ובאמת הסרטון הזה כשהוא סרטון אבל יש מושג שאומר שלך, לא שיטה, לא זה לא, לא בכלל לא, כדי לשמוע ביקום, צריך לשמוע ביקום, צריך לעשות כל משהו ביקום, צריך לשמוע קצת, אין לזה לשמוע ביקום, שני תנאים נוספים, הבן אדם רוצה להשתמש בו. סתם רוצה להשתמש בו. לא קשור, רוצה להשתמש בו. עכשיו, רוצה ומחלק כולם זה שונה כשבן אדם מדליק נרות ואומר אני רוצה הפנימה שום דבר קרה כזה הוא לא שינה שום דבר בבריאות אז מה פתאום אולי לא תוכל לדעת אולי זה אפילו אומר שאין כאן זה נכנס ישראל אתה לא יכול דבר שהיא זה רבי יהודו אז מישהו שראיתי כמה פעמים בש"ס זה היה מאוד מאוד מעניין אני יודע מה שאני אני יודע שיום שעשה פה משהו מאוד יפה זה מבוסס על הדבר הזה בדיוק אני אסביר לכם על זה ההולכים בכנסת יש לנו תכנון רק בגלל שאין לנו נותן כולל נותן מפגש בעצם מונטו אז באנו אין את זה כאן לא צריכים להיכנס לכל בתי פרטים אבל אפשר לעשות את זה מאוד מאוד קטן זה מה שאפשר יש כאן שאנשים ושיעור את זה שאני מדבר על מישהו שמשם בשבוע יש ממך יש לו מבשל יש לו חברים שלו במשפחה שלו יש לה את השף את הזה שמבשל הוא יכול לעשות את זה בשתי צורות שולגינג בעצם אז יש לו מבשל ושולגינג ויש לו חברים שלו בשולגינג יש לה מבשל בבייזם יש לו חברים שלו בבייזם מה עבור את מישהו מבשל ולא היו הולכים בכלל הם בחלילה הולכים בקומו אבל בשבתו הולכים לסעת הולכים לסעת הולכים לחתום יש צריכים הר"ן נותן סימן שהמייזת של רבי יהודה והמייזת של רבי יהודה זה השולגינג של רבי יהודה עשה אז בקיצור כל אחד מחמיר כל אחד אומר רבי יהודה אומר שהשולגינג אתה עושה שולגינג אני עושה כאילו שאומר אמר בבייזם ורבי יהודה עשה פה אומר הוא עושה את זה בשולגינג אני עושה כאילו שאומר אמר בבייזם אתה מבין את זה אני גם כאילו אומר אבל מי שלא מפחד זה מתבלבל, זה כמה שורות ואנשים רק מתבלבלים בשיטה אחת של יהודה להמצא שכמובן אמר שבשבת מישהו תשב בשבת ושולגינג יהודה ובאיזה דרך הוא עשה את זה בשולגינג אז זה כל אחד שבא איזה דרך מה קורה מישהו עושה בגלל עצמו ולא יכול יכול אבל כל דבר צריכים להסביר מה זה בגלל שבת ובוצי שבת דבר מתי יקרו בבוצי שבת יש יעס יש לנו כל מיד זה הקנס אתה לא יכול להרוויח מזה שעשית את זה שבת עכשיו אם לוקח לעשות פיצה למשל רבע שעה אתה צריך לחכות רבע שעה לאכול את הפיצה מה זה שעה? כל שולגינג של השני כל שיטה שלו זה הבייזת של הזה ובינוי בשולגינג להיות לבצע לשם זה לא שרבי ואמר נסו לזמן זה לא בשולגינג זה בשולגינג אני לא רוצה שתדע את זה אז אומר לחכה על מוצא שעה בספר יש יעץ על זה לאחד בדיונים שלנו למה צריכים לחכות יום שלם לפי רב זה לא לפי רבי יהודה שאתה עושה את זה בשולגינג אתה רוצה שעה Shabbos gehen und Kippur, alle schon ja nicht, okay? Scheuche, die Shabbos, wo wir mit Kippur, und dann wieder Kippur, dann schon, ja, wir Kippur, wir sind schon gewesen, wir sind so, aber in Kippur, dann zwar, dann auch nicht mehr. Also dann doch schon wie in Kippur. Aber dann, wir sind schon, wir sind so, das kann man sagen. Und so,
Good morning, Rabbi.
Good morning. How are you, big dog?
I got Fortnite on it.
Very cool, my man.
I got my friend on it. It's been Fortnite. And I got some other shows on.
Excellent. I hope you enjoy.
Yep, I'm going to my breakfast, a sausage and cheese, and enjoying my Fortnite. And
Excellent.
yeah,
Excellent, big dog. Please let me know if you need anything.
okay.
שפטת בו בשבת. אסור במדינה הסודנית. יש אולי שאלה מצוירת. ארבעה שיכולים שם לבוא. אז עכשיו צריכים להבין, אבל מישהו מבקש שהוא שוקר וחולל שבת. על אור יחוץ. יש סימן שקול וממש אוקיי. לא לבחור. אז אם אתה מבקש מאוד הפרש כמו כזה רסטורנט כזה הולך בו מבשל ממילא אז הוא מבשל וכל יום שבס גם מבשל היינו מאוד כיוון שהיינו ברכה ועשו לכל זה אז הוא מצא ולכן זה עשו לבבי למה הם בביתו אבל יש לי מקרים שאפשר להגיד שהלכה מאוד משתמשים בנקודו ובמילא מי ששוקר בשבת אז זה שהפחד בלי שום סיבה, הפחד הזה, אז היא לוקחת את עצמו מה שעשו בצד, מה זה שטות? מה אתה אומר? אבל אין לי חשיב, אני לא בואי כזה דבר, מה אתה בואי? זה לא, אין כזה דאגה. טוב, אז איך אנחנו רואים שאפילו סובל אלו ולטוני איו. איזה רמה, טוני על מה הוא אומר? אפילו לא ידרפינו למה חושבים בונקר. זה כאן יש סרטון שראיתי לזה, נראה לכם אחר כך. אני רואה שזה לא במחשב שלי עדיין. ערב סומן, מה זה ערב סומן? בן אדם מותר לו ללכת מהבית שלו, או סוף העיר, בוא נגיד מהבית שלו, 2,000 בכל צד. כפי שאתם תראו, אם זה הבית שלי, אני הולך 2,000 מהמרכז, 2,000 מהשם, בכל כיוון. עכשיו, אם אני רוצה ללכת 4,000 מה אני עושה? אני מותר ללכת ללכת, אז כאן בערב שבת אני שם על ועכשיו זה כאן נהיה הבית שלי. הבית שלי האמיתי הוא 2,000 רחוק מדי. זה הבית שלי. ומילא מותר לי ללכת עוד 2,000 הולך לכיוון הזה. כמה מותר ללכת לכיוון הזה? 0. כי זה הבית שלי, אז יד הזאת שבמדינת זה הבית שלי, אז מותר ללכת על טעות, ולא 2,001, אז אני יוצא כאן. נכון, המקטע שלי הוא כאן, אבל אני כבר קפדתי שזה הבית שלי, ומילא מותר ללכת לכאן. מותר ללכת לכאן, אז מבין, אני הולך, בשבת אני הולך לכאן, אחת הולך כי זה לא הבית שלי, הבית שלי הוא כאן. תסתכלו בסרטון, זה מצוטט. קצר, אבל העניין. אז מה הוא אומר? עכשיו הקרה בערב שבת, שומע השיר, מה זה יהיה? זה מאוד משמעות. עכשיו הוא לא יודע, הוא לא יודע מה מגיע בסיפור הזה, או בסיפור הזה. הוא לא יודע שיעשה כאן או כאן. הוא לא יודע אם הוא ללכת והבית שלו במקום, הוא לא יודע אם הוא ללכת כאן, 4,000 מעלות, או לכאן. אז מה הוא עושה? הוא שם שני אימונים, כאן וכאן. ומאיפה שהוא מגיע, אז הוא הולך. המקרא קורא מגיעים שני רבים. ובשבת הוא רוצה להכניס איזה רב מילך. לא, למה? זה ברייבר. זה שבת הוא בעצם, הוא חושב שזה הערב. זה לא, זה אין וואטסאפ, אין זה, לא הצלחתם אולי, אתה אומר, ואיפה, אתה עושה טריגר לשבת, זה כבר חל בשבת, ובערב שבת זה חל, האמס. זאת אומרת, לפי האמס, אם החכם הגיע לימין, בפסקה, אני רוצה שהתשובה זה בפסקה. אם נתחיל מהמים, אבל זה שהטריגר. לא, זה תנאי. זה מציאות. אם ירד אתמול גשם, אם לא נראה גשם, זה לא פרק. זה אם זה כבר קרה בקודם. ברגע זה לא יהיה בהמשך. כי בהמשך אני מחליט שאני מחליט, אז באיזשהו שבת הימין הבא. ובשבת אני מחליט שאני רוצה ללכת שמאל, אז בערב שבת, השמאל הבא. כי אפשר לעשות לי דבר. כי בערב שבת, מה היה ביום שישי? בערב שבת. וזה קורה לי. זה לא טוב.
What's up, babies? No one really knows for sure. Everybody has a different kind, but this is news for every It is 26th of 10 is 5786, I believe. Saturday, July 11th. $37.61 creation below birth value Eve. 37.60 creation below birth value Chava. 36.31 Seth son of Adam was born. 35.26 235 Enosh son of Seth was born. 34.36 325 Kenan son of Enosh was born. 33.66 395 Mahalo son of Kenan was born. 33.01 460 Yared son of Mahalo was born. 31.39 622 Chanik son of Yared was born. 37.4 687 Methuselah son of Chanik was born. 28.87 874 Mamathu son of Methuselah was born. 28.31 930 Adam died. 27.05 1056 Noah son of Two was born. 22.25 1536 Noah began construction of the ark. We've been doing this bitch for 197 days. It's 130 days to GTA 6.
Turning water to wine, resurrecting the dead, including himself, kind of, somehow, healing the sick and exorcising. Demonology, like all aspects of religious mythology, shifts, alters, and transforms through history. As we've seen in my episode on Israelite demonology, the demonic population, as it were, of ancient Israel was surprisingly low compared to their neighboring civilizations in Mesopotamia and in Egypt. That would, of course, all change in the centuries following the Babylonian exile, starting around 586 BCE, with the rise of what scholars now call the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. The population of both angels and demons just positively exploded. From the books of Enoch, the New Testament, and the sectarian scrolls found at Qumran, the entire universe became filled with such metaphysical beings locked in combat, all of which would culminate in a final eschatological battle at the end of time. As the explosive magma of the apocalyptic cooled, so too did this intense and baroque attention paid to angels and demons. Early Christianity, while attesting to such beings, began the early process of systematically arranging their angelology and their demonology. That process, though, in rabbinical Judaism, on the other hand, was rather more complex. In this episode, I want to explore the demonology as much as there is one demonology in rabbinic literature, specifically in the Talmud. While dozens of narratives concern demons, is there a systematic demonology to be found in the early rabbinic literature? How does geographic and cultural difference in this period have an impact on the development of demonological literature among the early rabbis? Let's explore the demonology of the Talmud. If you're interested in magic, Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, Make sure to subscribe and check out my other numerous content on topics in esotericism, including curated playlists. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube for free, maybe you consider supporting my work on Patreon with a one-time donation or with the super thanks that you can find just below the video. Again, you can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel and the project of making Esoterica widely available. But now, let's turn to the demons that haunt the complex, multi-layered pages of the Talmud. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Before turning to the demons of the Talmud, it's first best to understand just what the Talmud is. Despite what you might have heard, the Talmud is not a commentary on the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament, though many of those certainly existed at that time. To understand it, we need to head back to the 1st century of the Common Era, following the Great Revolt of 66 to 73 of the Common Era, which is also basically a civil war in which Jewish forces fought to eject the Roman colonial presence from their homelands and also fight themselves for whatever reason. The subsequent destruction of the Jerusalem Temple in 70, and the Messianic insurrection led by Shimon Bar Kokhba, and of course the Roman genocides that followed all of this. The surviving Jewish religious establishment came to the very sober assessment that the very religion of Judaism was facing an existential crisis. They could just all be wiped out. The temple was destroyed. Messianic expectations were completely smashed. Aside from the Jesus movement, their expectations were still going good. Judaism was effectively banned in its own homeland. Roman pogroms killed entire Jewish population centers, and Jewish religious figures and leadership were being systematically hunted down and murdered. It sounds like regular old Jewish history. That's so grim. In the face of this titanic political and theological catastrophe, the surviving Jewish religious authorities, the rabbis basically being the only ones still standing, the rest had just been wiped out, they began the process of writing down what up to that point was only orally transmitted religious knowledge, including both the accepted practices and debates around the religious practices current to their day. Of course, while the Hebrew Bible and the Torah are filled with religious laws, the nature of their fulfillment is rather vague. Thus, when work is prohibited on the Sabbath, the natural question there might be, well, what is exactly constitutive of work? The debates and answers to those questions were taken to be the oral Torah, the Torah Shebaal Peh, an authoritative companion to the written Torah, equally bequeathed to Moses at Sinai, at least according to the rabbis who were putting it together and arguing for their own authority. The major work of writing, compiling, and editing this body of rabbinical wisdom is known as the Mishnah, itself a substantial series of volumes redacted sometime in the early 3rd century of the Common Era. However, the Mishnah itself is both highly technical and terse, leaving still further questions unresolved. In the following centuries, rabbinical academies in both the Galilee and the Sasanian Empire over there in what is now Iraq, Iran, produced a further commentary on the Mishnah. These two commentaries form the basis of the Talmud. Talmud, yes, Talmuds, plural. There are two of them. The Jerusalem Talmud, composed earlier, around 400 of the Common Era, and the more standard, complete Babylonian Talmud, redacted through the 7th century of the Common Era as well. The Mishnah, the two Talmuds, along with the Baraita and the Tosefta, these are both para-Mishnaic literature, and the legal or halakhic and legendary or Aggadic material form the nucleus of early rabbinical Judaism. Dozens of volumes the nucleus here is. Now, given this literature alone will not give us a full picture of rabbinical thoughts on demonology. To shift back to the topic of the episode, for that, we would have to add the Jewish magical literature from the late classical world, some of which has been preserved in the Ibn Ezra synagogue at the Geniza there in Cairo, along with the corpus of Jewish incantation bowls meant for trapping demons and evil spirits, primarily produced in the Sasanian context over there in what is now Iraq, around Ubedita and Sura, the main Jewish academies in that region. Now, I've covered a good bit of the early Jewish magical literature if you want to check out other episodes on that in the playlist in the card above. Of course, I'll also be coming back to fill out this picture by turning to those incantation bowls in a later episode. Those are so cool. They have little pictures of demons in them. Though it should be noted that those bowls were ubiquitous across the religious spectrum, with pagan, Mandean, Gnostic, Jewish, Christians, and kind of generic incantation bowls, and a range of various degrees of literacy being produced and employed through that region. They weren't exclusively Jewish, they were kind of used by everybody, because demon problems are everybody's problems. But turning to the Talmud, one final thing should be noted and constantly recall to Talmudic and rabbinical literature more generally. While logically arranged and systematically edited, the Mishnah and the Talmud do not often represent definitive treatments of topics. This is very unlike systematic Christian literature, perhaps. Rather, they record hundreds of years of conversations and debates between rabbinical authorities holding a wide range of opinions. Thus, it's never really a good idea to say something like, well, the Talmud says, in some definitive final manner, because the Talmud is, again, a record of conversations and debates, most of which are not finally authoritative in Judaism. In fact, Jewish law, or halakha, wasn't definitively encoded until the mid-16th century, 1,000 years later after the Talmud in Joseph Caro's Shulchan Aruch, and honestly, that process is still very much ongoing to this day. So just because a rabbi declares this or that in the Talmud, and frankly and honestly, they can declare some pretty wacky, gross, even obscene, morally outrageous things, doesn't mean that that's the majority opinion, much less a definitive position of Judaism more generally. Unless you're an anti-Semite, like to take things out of context to make it look like Judaism is evil, don't be that guy. In fact, the early rabbinical demonology is instructive on precisely this point. We have a debate, and much of the debate is between rabbis arguing about the nature and function and reality of demons, and we get a wide range of opinions. Now, to my knowledge, the Mishnah only contains one substantial mention of demons. There, in a rather late Mishnah, and almost as a kind of addendum, there is a famous list of things treated by God on the eve of the first Sabbath. And included in that list are the mazakim. These literally mean the damagers, or the harmers. This idea was such that these beings were created in the haste leading up to the first Sabbath, when work is forbidden, even by God somehow, and will later be used to explain why, one, they have no physical bodies. God kind of ran out of time making them, so they didn't get bodies. Though there are actually debates in the Talmud about just how many shadows these beings cast, despite not having bodies. And two, their animosity towards human beings. They're jealous of us having bodies, so this is definitely not Gnostic. However, another text has Adam giving rise to what the text calls Ruchim Ushedim Uleilim, spirits, demons, and night demonesses during his 130-year-long punishment for that whole Garden of Eden bit. Though just how isn't clear, but it might be a form of masturbation. This is a form of demon production later also found in the Kabbalah, in which unused semen becomes demons. Semen demons. But neither of these two origin myths are definitive, as witnessed by how the two Talmuds deal with these beings in general. The Jerusalem Talmud, for instance, contains very little discussion on the nature of the demons and the tales about them. It's just not that interested in them. The Babylonian Talmud, however, is replete with dozens and dozens and dozens of such narratives. In fact, the Babylonian Talmud is even self-conscious of this fact, noting in some points that in the West, over there in the academies in the land of Israel, such interest doesn't seem to be, well, much of an interest over in Eretz Israel. In fact, much of the demonology of the Babylonian Talmud reflects the cultural exchange and syncretism of Jewish communities living in a larger Sasanian Persian context with the remains of ancient Near East mythology more generally. This is even noticed by the Hai Gaon a few centuries after the redaction of the Babylonian Talmud, such that he notes that the closer that one were to the center of gravity of Sasanian culture, the more one was prone to demonological speculation, and the further away, the less and less, hence there being little interest in such matters in Palestine. Though that isn't strictly speaking true. It's not even true really at all, because both Palestinian and Egyptian magical sources reveal a clear, educated interest in both angels and demons, but also interacting with them through magical means, as seen by texts like the numerous amulets found in the Geniza of the Ibn Ezra Synagogue, and even some of the earliest Western magic grimoires, like the Sefer HaRazim and the Charba de Moshe. Now, there's no way I'm going to get through every single demonological narrative from the Babylonian Talmud in this episode, and even again, if I could, that would represent some systematic treatment of Talmudic demonology. There's just nothing like a Talmudic demonology that's systematically there in the Talmud. But what can they generally glean? The Jerusalem Talmud notes that there are three such species of demons: the Mazakim, the Shadim, and the Rochot, though it doesn't exactly make it clear how these are different from one another. Perhaps it's worth noting that the Mazakim are the damagers. That final nun, by the way, Mazakim, tells us that grammatically we're in the world of Mishnaic Hebrew, not the classical Hebrew that you might expect. But these beings are typically associated with bathrooms, ruins, and even arranged with plants, especially date palms for whatever reason. In later Jewish folklore, they go on to become something imp-like, being more of a nuisance than a life or death threat than they are in the Talmud. In fact, I call my kids maziks when they're acting out, but that might just be me. Shadim, as you may recall from my episode on Israelite demonology, were ancient Mesopotamian beings that underwent demonification in Israelite religion. And Shadim, the words here for these beings, became the standard word for demon in Hebrew. The most definitive statement we have about the Shadim appears that they, quote, 6 statements were said regarding the Shadim. In 3 ways they are like the ministering angels, in 3 ways they're like humans. A Baraita, this is a text left out of the Mishnah but from the same time period, says, in 3 ways they're like the ministering angels. They have wings like the ministering angels, and they fly from one end of the earth to the other. And like other ministering angels, they know what will happen in the future. That is to say, they have some sense of what's going on in the time to come. And in 3 ways, they're like human beings. They eat, they drink like human beings, and they multiply like human beings, and they die. Apparently eating and drinking is counted as one there. But note that they die, which is interesting. That such demons know the future leads to the idea that inquiries can be made of them in this regard, but the rituals around asking demons about the future is carefully circumscribed, as you might imagine. In fact, there's a debate in the Talmud about when one can and cannot inquire of the demons, whether you can ask them on weekdays or Shabbat, and why. The ruling there is that generally such inquiries are forbidden because of the danger involved in asking demons about the future, though later codes actually modify this in sometimes surprisingly, even shocking ways. We even learned that a certain Rav Yitzchak Bar Yosef inquired of the Shadim and became magically trapped inside of a cedar tree that was only released through miraculous intervention. Yet a Baraita gives a clue as to how such inquiries could be made, apparently involving a ritual with an eggshell and oil. That also gives us a clue why it was prohibited on the Sabbath. It was apparently some kind of fire-based scrying, using the oil and the egg to light a fire and look into the flames and see what the demons knew about the future. Though some demons were even on a first-name basis. As we know, demons named Joseph and Jonathan even lived and were known by certain rabbis, even lived in their homes and ran errands for them in distant countries somehow. In fact, both the famed Rabbi Hillel and his student, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, could even speak the language of the Shadim. Indeed, the speech of demons is even considered in debates around counting as a witness in specific legal rulings, whether demonic voices could even count in legal rulings, could be witnesses. Specifically, if a death has taken place in a remote place, the body had gone missing, thus trapping a woman to her dead husband. This is known as making a woman into an agunah. Though the rabbis are skeptical of demonic witnesses to make a court ruling. Ruhot simply means spirits and refers to any disembodied spirit, though has a connotation of those that haunt a specific area. Perhaps the most famous tales of such a being is to be found in Midrash Vayikra, a slightly later text in the Talmud, where a ruach haunts a well, and the local villagers, led by the exorcist Abba Yossi of Zeitnor, drive it away by banging iron rods and tools. They might even kill it in that process. A spot of blood appears on the surface of the water as it either flees or dies. Remember that bit earlier about how the creatures here kind of die like people do? That might be an example of them beating a ghost to death. We learn that such beings are vast in number, being so numerous that if one could see them at all, that would be everything that you would see. Even the tattering of the clothes of scholars who only spend all day studying is caused by the crowding of this demonic friction. In fact, the Talmud includes a sort of magical concoction for seeing them, using ashes of a black cat's afterbirth, which when rubbed into the eyes will allow one to see the demons. You can see the shadim by rubbing this cat stuff in your eye. Though a certain Rabbi Bibi Bar Abaya did this and much harm came to him, so don't. The simple procedure simply detailed there also just involves sprinkling fine ashes around your bed before going to sleep, and upon awakening you will actually see the footprints of the demons all around your bed, appearing like chicken tracks. Yeah, in some texts they have feet like chickens. Further, in Tractate Chagiga, that doing things in pairs attracts demons, so we're told, thus the drinking of the 4 cups of wine during the Passover Seder has to be carefully interrupted, thus making it 4 individual cups and not 2 pairs of 2. Really attract the demons, though again, those in the West, i.e. in Arab Israel, they don't seem to worry about this custom, as the Talmud admits. Along with dwelling particularly in bathrooms, ruins, and vacant places more generally, demons are said to dwell primarily in the northerly areas of the earth and primarily in the airs above the earth. In addition, we have various demons like the migraine demon Palga, Aramaic for splitting, and Zareda, who dwells in the stumps of palm trees. The eyeless demon Rucha lives in the caper bush. Demon Wishpa dwells in the roots of trees. And the very fearsome demon Ketev Mariri is said to have been made of many peels, many hairs, and many eyes. It sees with one eye, and this eye is within its heart. And it has no power either in the sun or in the shade. Rather, its power is between the sun and the shade. It rolls around like a ball and has power from the 4th hour of the day until the 9th hour of the day. And more specifically, it has power from the 17th of Tammuz until the 9th of Av, the major days of mourning in the Jewish calendar. And also, whoever sees it falls over and dies. Like this demon, others seem to have power during certain periods of the day or night, certain places, or certain times of the year. Other demons are specific to afflictions, like the demon I just mentioned, Palga, splitting demon. There is a demon associated with epilepsy, with fever, with strong sexual desire in a full range of illnesses. The blindness demon Shabriri, for instance, is dispatched by saying its name one letter at a time, diminishing it. And that's a bit like the abracadabra formula. You say its name and subtract one letter until it vanishes and it causes it to go away. This is all very much in keeping with, by the way, with the medical theories of the ancient Near East, especially in the Mesopotamian context, in which the major etiology for illness there was, well, demons. Now, to deal with these demons, there's a range of techniques to be found in the Talmud, including a range of amulets, including the very powerful 60-demon amulet. Psalm 91 is also especially powerful. The literature even relates how Moses recited it while ascending Mount Sinai to avoid the power of the demons that haunted that region. In fact, there's even tales about how once the Shekinah came down to the earth, the demons were dispelled to a significant degree. There is no specified demonic hierarchy in the Talmud, though Samael and Asmodeus, or Ashmedai, a demon of Persian origin probably first appearing in the apocryphal book of Tobit, are sometimes offered as the king of the demons. He might also be associated with the Mashchit, or destroyer, the famed angel of death, for whom being righteous or evil don't matter once the decree of death has been handed down. The famed demon Lilith makes an appearance. The famed demoness Lilith, sleeping in an empty house, is said to attract her, so don't do that. And Ahriman, in the form of Hormizd, the Zoroastrian evil deity, is even called her son in Tractate Baba Batra. Though her famed origin story as the first wife of Adam, who refused normie missionary sex, actually occurs in the alphabet of Ben Sirach, a text written a few centuries after the Talmudic period. Now, don't worry, I'm going to be coming back to Lilith in her own episode because she's fabulous. Though not as famous, the queen of the demons actually appears to be a certain Agrat, daughter of Mahalat, who previously stalked human beings with 180,000 Malachei Chabalah, or angels of destruction. That is, until the famed miracle worker of Sanida Mendoza restricted her to 2 nights a week. I'll let you find out which nights. You can go check out Tractate Pesachim 112b to learn those nights. And then Abaya further restricted her to uninhabited places, although in some texts Sanida does that too. Another demon queen will appear later is Naamah. This is another alleged wife of Ashmedai or Asmodeus, who's actually going to feature very prominently later in Kabbalistic literature, especially in the Zohar. Needless to say, these are only some of the many narratives, tales, legends, opinions, and legal rulings found in the vast corpus of the Talmudic literature concerning demons. Simply put, at least in a Sasanian context, the existence of demons was taken for granted by the rabbinical elite of the period, with them appearing in a great many discussions over virtually every aspect of Jewish life, from legends to medicine to court filings. And yet, as we've seen, this is significantly different than in other Jewish contexts like those in the West, in Eretz Israel, at least at the literary level. The next generation of Jewish thinkers would introduce more straightforwardly philosophical analysis when it regards to questions of demons, but they would mostly accept their reality, at least in some form. Maimonides, of course, being the only real exception there. But that's still a hell of an exception. Maimonides just didn't think demons existed at all. Of course, we'll often have to come back to the angelology and demonology of the Kabbalah in due time, and the Zohar, and boy, that's a wild ride there, to be damn sure. I'm going to leave you some great sheets from the website Safaria in the description below if you want to look over some of the sources in Aramaic, Hebrew, and English in the Talmud itself. Just have fun with them. It's genuinely interesting material that, outside of an Orthodox Jewish context, basically never gets studied by non-Jews, which is a pity, because it's wonderfully weird and fun. There's stories about demons that most people have never even read before. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justice Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history,
He said justice?
philosophy. Just a pity, because it's wonderfully weird and fun. They're stories about demons that most people have never even read before. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Since the rise of apocalyptic Judaism in the centuries before the Common Era, angelic beings have fired the imaginations of everyone from theologians to magical practitioners. From fiery, winged beings to wheels covered in eyes, quasi-divine celestial warriors, messengers from the great heavenly beyond, angels, their nature, ranks, role, and their final destiny have continuously inspired speculation, awe, and dread through their millennial-long development in the Abrahamic religions. Certain angels are clear standouts. The messenger Gabriel, the warrior Michael, or the healer Raphael are virtually household names at this point, but without doubt, the most mysterious angel is also said to be the most powerful, Metatron. Utterly mysterious in origin, even the meaning of his name is still in question. Metatron features prominently in a series of profoundly esoteric forms of mysticism, first appearing in the early centuries of the Common Era. Though, what is the origin of this angel said to be so powerful as to be heralded as the Lesser Yahweh, almost as a kind of second divine being? In this episode, I want to turn to the origins of Metatron in a text variously known as the Sefer Chechalot, or the Book of the Palaces, or more commonly known now as the Third Book of Enoch. Here we find one of the most complex angelological texts in Jewish history, vast tours of the cosmos, and the origins of Metatron as the antediluvian sage, Enoch, transformed into a fiery, angelic being. This is a text so provocative, it even shows internal evidence of attempts to suppress its radical angelology. Indeed, a text, it might contain ideas that may very well have inspired much of the early Christian salvation theory, and whose mysticism would go on to fuel the rise of the Kabbalah. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my numerous other content on topics in esotericism, including curated playlists. Also, if you want to support this work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube for free, I hope you consider taking a look at my Patreon, maybe considering a one-time donation, or you can even use the super thanks option that you can find below the video to help support the channel. Again, you can find those links in the description below and in the pinned comment, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel and the project of making Esoterica widely available. But now, let's turn to the origins of the angel Metatron, the Lesser Yahweh, and the fiery transformation of Enoch in the Sefer Chechalot, or the Book of the Palaces. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Judaism, like all religions, has undergone tectonic theological shifts in the 3,000 years or so from Israelite henotheism to Kabbalistic pantheism. One of the most dramatic shifts in that process was the rise of apocalypticism in the centuries just before the rise of the Common Era. The apocalyptic is a religious mode typically thought to originate in Judaism, but it certainly persisted into Christianity and Islam. In fact, those religions can be said to be apocalyptic religions in se, but they're marked by an interest in cosmogony, events in the primordial past, what is called ex eventu prophecy couched in highly symbolic language, expressed anxiety about oppression and tribulation, eschatological upheavals, that is to say things like the judgment and eventual fate of the righteous and the wicked, otherworldly journeys, good versus evil dualism, the intervention into history by a messianic savior figure or figures along with anti-messianic characters like the Antichrist, the structure of the various heavens and hells, the hidden role of angels and demons in worldly affairs, and they're marked by a generally divinely deterministic attitude and pseudo-anonymous and alleged ancient authorship. And what gives the title to the whole genre, the idea that something is being revealed, an apocalypsis from the Greek meaning to reveal, unto uncover, all of this to a human agent, a kind of prophet, often through a angelic emissary. All to what end? What underwrites all this? Well, one, to make sense of a world in turmoil, to protest against an unjust world and its leadership, and three, it's a form of psychological coping by declaring that in spite of all appearances to the contrary, everything's going according to a divine plan. From the first light of the universe to the final fire of its conflagration and beyond, the God of Israel is in control, and in the end, the righteous of Israel will thrive, and the evil will be punished forever. And how do we know all this? Well, direct revelation from the realm of the divine itself. That's how, apparently. This form of theology and its literature proved enormously popular. Dozens of texts in this genre survived, with one becoming sacred writ for the early Christians, the Apocalypse of John. In fact, I would even argue that the Apocalypse of John, as odd as it seems to us now, is probably the most recognizably Jewish book of the New Testament, giving a late first century historical and religious context. However, out of this apocalyptic ferment arose a form of Jewish mysticism in which elite scholars sought to journey through the heavens above them, enter the divine palaces, and bear witness to the divine glory, or kavod, around the throne of God, typically depicted as a kind of chariot. Hence the name of this form of mysticism and its accompanying literature. Merkava, or chariot mysticism, although also known just as well as Hechalot, or the mysticism of the divine palaces. Now, if you want a bit more of an introduction to this form of mysticism before diving deeper into this episode, you may want to check out my episode on Merkava, Hechalot mysticism in the card above for that. In that episode, I kind of survey the entire field and its literature, but in this episode, I want to turn to a text somewhere between the purely apocalyptic mode and the more practical, even magically informed Merkava Hechalot literature. That's the Sefer Hechalot, or the Book of the Palaces, known more commonly now as the third book of Enoch. As you probably know, Enoch literature was quite popular in the Second Temple period and thereafter. There are more manuscripts of one Enoch attested among the Dead Sea Scrolls and even parts of the Torah. That's kind of crazy. With relatively vast collections surviving in classical Ethiopic, Old Slavonic, Hebrew, and fragments in other languages. This literature is vast. The first book of Enoch itself is actually composed of 5 distinctive texts woven into one significantly long text, and this represents more of a field of Enochic discourse than a systematically Enochian form of Judaism, though there are some standout elements, especially the 365-day solar Enochian calendar, which seem to have been preferred in the sectarian or Essene documents found in Qumran, which are weirdly written in a kind of code. For this episode, we're going to turn our attention to the quasi-apocalyptic, quasi-Merkabah text of the third book of Enoch, or the Sefer Hechalot, the Book of the Palaces. Third Enoch survives in a set of Hebrew texts showing a complex recension history, very likely the result of several microforms stitched together over time and filled out with more explanation and expanding exposition. In fact, this is not unlike the composition history of other Merkabah texts that have come down to us, being made up of smaller chunks filled out over time. Where, when, and by whom this text, or really texts, was composed has no definitive answer. Scholars have literally given a 1,000-year-wide window for the composition of this text, stretching all the way back from the BCE period until the Middle Ages. At this point, however, the standard analysis argues for a mixed provenance, with older sections probably being produced in Roman Palestine, and then the later sections being produced in a Sasanian context, edited together sometime around the redaction of the Babylonian Talmud, so roughly the 5th or 6th centuries of the Common Era. Unlike other Enoch texts in which the original Hebrew or Aramaic has been lost, Third Enoch survives in Hebrew and has been continuously copied and even printed since it was produced, despite some clear rabbinic discomfort with some of the Enoch Metatron material that I'll be getting to later. This is a very weird, miraculous survival. This text was known almost continuously through at least Jewish history. Now, given that rabbinical discomfort, the exact cultural milieu in which this text was produced will likely remain mysterious. For instance, and there are a ton of these for instances, the text shows some pretty strong cosmological affinity to Gnostic texts, such as the hypostasis of the archons, the password ascent system of the so-called Ophian heresy described by Origen, and the concept of the greater and lesser Yahweh, or Yao, that's to be found in some late Gnostic texts like the Pista Sophia and the books of Jude. Paul, like St. Paul, seems to have had some contact with this mystical ascent literature, his own being called up to the third heaven, or paradise. That term paradise, or pardes, is a technical term in this literature, where he's said to have heard unutterable things, as mentioned in 2 Corinthians. Further, there's also clearly some early heterodox version of the Jesus movement located in Colossus, which placed emphasis on angelic intermediaries and mystical visions, though it was, again, kind of condemned in the book of Colossians. Though here, Paul himself seemed to have had some conception of human transformation into angel-like beings as part of his soteriological theory, something clearly evinced in the third book of Enoch. Now, what all this means is extremely difficult to say with any precision, but the Sefer Hechalot seems to stand at the crossroads of many divergent forms of ancient Judaism, Gnosticism, early Christianity, maybe even Mandeanism. Though to what degree the text is informed by these divergences, or is informing them, or somehow dialectically both, is not clear by the least, and will likely never be clear. But let's turn to the text to get at what's going on in this wonderful book. Third Enoch opens a bit in media res. Rabbi Ishmael, described as a high priest, the hero of the narrative, has already ascended through the first 6 heavenly palaces, nested kind of one within the other, until as the text opens, he's reached the finer, innermost 7th palace, the very divine abode. He's challenged here by fierce angelic guardians who have actually detected him approaching by smell alone. It's also something the Messiah is said to be able to do, and smell people and judge them. Rabbi Ishmael implores God to save him. Thereupon the angel Metatron appears from inside the 7th palace, testifies to his righteousness, and thus his ability to enter the final palace. Inside that marvelous 7th palace, Rabbi Ishmael is given one of the highest possible honors, the ability to join with the innermost angels as they exalt the divine through the recitation of the Kedusha, Kadosh, 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 Adonai, Tzevaot, Meloka, Oretz, Kavodo, Holy, 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 Adonai of the angelic army, the entire world is full of your glory. Having glorified the divine, Metatron begins to reveal to Rabbi Ishmael, and thus to the reader, perhaps the most elaborate set of secrets in all of ancient Jewish lore. The first revelation is perhaps the most shocking. The angel Metatron was originally the antediluvian sage Enoch, who was taken up by God before the destruction of the world through the flood and transformed from a human being into a fiery angelic being. Now, while previous texts, especially the second book of Enoch, detail him being somehow glorified by the divine, third Enoch explicitly and beautifully describes his being transformed from a human being into an angel. Quote, when the Holy Blessed One took me to serve the throne of glory, the wheels of the chariot and all the needs of the Shekinah, at once my flesh turned into flame, my sinews to blazing fire, my bones to juniper coals, my eyelashes to lightning flashes, my eyeballs to fiery torches, the hair of my head to hot flames, all of my limbs to burning fire, and the substance of my body to blazing fire. Enoch in his transformation to Metatron is not only elevated to an angelic status, but the text even indicates that he becomes a kind of semi-divine vice-regent known as Yahweh HaKatan, the lesser or the little Yahweh. One of the most shocking ideas in Jewish history. Suffice to say, Metatron is, without a doubt, the most distinctively odd angel in all of Jewish lore. His name is clearly not a Semitic word, and there's no scholarly agreement as to what it even means. Even the various manuscripts vary in their spelling of his name. The best current guesses, and their guesses, are from the Latin metator, originally a term from the military language of Latin for an officer who goes before the army to prepare camp, but by extension and metonymy, anyone who prepares the way. Interestingly, though, this Latin word is otherwise attested as a loan word in both Aramaic and Hebrew, making it a pretty good candidate. Another guess is some combination of the Greek words ta metathrono, perhaps beyond the throne, or next to the divine throne, in reference to the throne of God. Numerous other guesses abound, but a definitive etymology will likely never be forthcoming. Well, if the origins of even this angel's name are mysterious, then even more so the metaphysical origins and nature and functions of this angel. One likelihood that seems at least more than possible is that Metatron may have been an esoteric name for the angel Michael. In fact, both are referred to as the Great Prince, that became detached somehow and then merged with another angel, Yahoel, an angel said to bear the divine name. Also, Yahoel is also given as one of the over 70 alternative names for Metatron and third Enoch. He was perhaps further fused with Enoch as the literature developed, especially given the glorification of Enoch and second Enoch. Thus, by third Enoch, all of these elements have actually fused together into one narrative, though not without a few frayed edges. So, Michael has an esoteric name that got detached, fused with the angel that bears the divine name, hence the Blesser Yahweh bit, and then that angel combination is then fused with second Enoch and the glorification of Enoch the antediluvian sage to create this composite Enoch of the lesser Yahweh in the literature of third Enoch. It's as good a story as you're going to get, folks. Sorry. But by the time of the final redaction of third Enoch, Metatron has gone on to a wide range of roles in rabbinical literature. He is the lesser Yahweh, or the divine co-regent, as the angel of the Lord, or the angel of Yahweh. He's allowed to sit on the throne of judgment while the other angels have to stand. He is the scribe of heaven and the specific advocate of Israel. Again, it's a lot like the archangel Michael. He's uniquely able to approach the divine curtain, or pargod, that separates this realm from the realm of the pure divinity. He's the heavenly high priest officiating in the divine Mishkan, or tabernacle. He has his origins as Enoch, and he's sometimes referred to as a Na'ar, or the youth. Maybe this is because of his only recently having become an angel, kind of a new kid on the block. He's in charge of the souls of the righteous and even serves as the principal educator to the souls of children who perish before having the chance to learn the Torah. Finally, he also seems to have enjoyed a very special relationship with Moses and the wandering Israelites more generally. He personally escorts the soul of Moses to the heavenly realms after Moses' burial outside the Promised Land. So notice that Enoch, Metatron, and Angel Michael are kind of all doing double duty here, and drawing a clear line around what exactly is Metatron, what is Michael, what is Enoch is pretty difficult to do, and clearly Third Enoch is merging them all together in some form. Now, despite all these roles in a range of ancient Jewish literature, there was also a deep discomfort with the conception of Metatron, especially as the lesser Yahweh in the rabbinical mind. I mean, it's blasphemy. It's blasphemy. In fact, the character of Enoch is conspicuously missing from rabbinical literature generally. Enoch hardly, if ever, appears in the Babylonian Talmud, and Metatron is most famous not for his power, but for him being brought to task in an instance known as the humbling of Metatron. In a famed section of the Babylonian Talmud, 4 mystics make their way to the 6th heaven, or the Pardes, a Persian word for garden and the origins of our word paradise. There they're met with a kind of illusion test, where pure marble appears like water. For obscure reasons, some of the party die, some of them go insane. I think it's all bad saving throws if you ask me. But one of those rabbis, Elisha ben Abuya, however, enters into the inner sanctum and witnesses Metatron seated upon the divine throne and declares, not unreasonably, that there must be 2 gods in heaven, thus becoming a heretic. This heresy is so profound in the rabbinical imagination that his name is just often replaced with the term Acher, the other one. But for having allowed Rabbi Elisha to make this mistake, Metatron himself is punished by being beaten with fiery lashes. Pulsa denora in Aramaic by the angel Gabriel, at least in the Talmud. In 3rd Enoch, it's the angel Anathiel who does the beating with the divine lashes. Henceforth, it appears that Metatron is now made to stand like all the other angels. This incident of the humbling of Metatron was, at least in part, we think, motivated by the desire on the part of the rabbis to pump the brakes on this Metatron craze, precisely because it did in fact lead to actual bitheistic heresy, the so-called 2 powers in heaven heresy. In fact, it's possible that the Pauline elevation and transformation of Jesus following his death into a divine being was at least inspired or perhaps even underwritten by this early undercurrent of this Metatron lesser Yahweh business. Jesus' transformation into a divine vice regent closely mirrors Enoch's transformation and exaltation. Or it could be the other way around. That this was a rabbinic answer, or at least para-rabbinic or heterodox rabbinic answer to the claims of the divine Jesus by the early Jesus movement. Regardless, you're probably beginning to see just how deeply complex all of this is becoming. Oh, and it gets more complex. Fun. Following the origins, angelic transformation, and humbling of Enoch Metatron, Rabbi Ishmael is given a tour of the heavenly household. What follows is probably the most complex angelology ever described in Jewish lore. In fact, it's not just even one angelological system, but 3 distinct systems, at least 3, detailing dozens of beings in various systems of ranks and roles, along with fragments of other angelic systems. Angels in a bewildering range of roles and functions appear in these texts, with the literature reveling in what Gershom Scholem called polylogy, where adjective after adjective is heaped upon these beings. Remember Anapio, who beat Metatron with the fiery lashes of Pulsa denora? He's referred to as, quote, the honored, glorified, beloved, wonderful, terrible and dreadful prince. You see this polylogy over and over and over again in 3rd Enoch. Virtually every aspect of the cosmos, the heavenly palaces, the nations of the world, etc., are assigned various angelic representatives along with further angels dedicated to roles within the highest heavens, all variously and detailedly described. Without a doubt, the effect of these sections is dizzying and highly resistant to both summary or meta-systematization, being the accretion of several angelic systems virtually piled on top of each other in the narrative, giving this text of 3rd Enoch a truly Baroque feeling. With the angels described, Metatron now escorts Rabbi Ishmael on a tour of the heavens and the cosmos more generally. From the river of fire that the angels purify themselves in before reciting the Kedusha, to the storehouses of the cosmic opposites, like where fire and ice are stored, to the divine letters by which the cosmos was created, even the prison where the angels who fail in their recitation of the Kedusha are kept behind fiery bars. He is taken to witness the souls of the righteous bask in the divine presence, the intermediate to souls temporarily punished for their sins, and the wicked trapped in Sheol, perhaps even forever. He's even given a glimpse of the ancient Israelite patriarchs who pray constantly to intercede on the behalf of the sins of the people of Israel, even the souls of the heavenly bodies and various types of other angels. A lot of angels up there. Finally, Metatron leads Ishmael to the titanic divine throne, where God is forever separated from even the highest, holiest of the seventh heaven by the pargo, or the curtain draped over the divine face. On the vast surface of the curtain, Ishmael is shown the entire history of the cosmos embroidered onto the curtain, from the time of the first person, Adam, to the eventual coming of the Messiah. Witnessing the veiled face of God, Metatron sails upward with Ishmael to see the divine right hand, hidden behind God's back since the destruction of the temple, which at the end of times will usher in the days of the Messiah and bring the universe to its final apocalyptic conclusion. Having seen the inner reaches of the seventh divine palace, the quasi-divine Metatron, the angelic household, the entire history of the cosmos on the divine pargo, and the very divine hand that will bring final redemption, the text comes to a dramatic conclusion and crescendo. Swallowed up in eschatological fervor, just what becomes of Rabbi Ishmael isn't even noted. While not as famous as the first book of Enoch, the third book of Enoch, or the Sefer Hechelot, is without a doubt a tour de force of apocalyptic lore and chariot mysticism. Everything from the angelic mechanisms of the universe to the origins of Metatron as the angelically transformed person of Enoch are detailed in this astounding treasure of a text. Of course, to really appreciate it, one must dive pretty deep into the sea of apocalyptic literature, especially the other books of Enoch, but also the extensive world of the Merkavah texts and their occult mysticism. Metatron himself, of course, would go on to continued fame, especially in the development of the Kabbalah, though that's a tale for another episode. The closest thing we have to a critical edition of this text is the 1928 Odeberg edition. Yep, 1928, which has the strangest transliteration system I've ever seen, like with Old English thorns and eths, Mandaic views to be written in the Rashi script for some reason. Who knows? Despite its many flaws, it's still the most workable text. It looks like it, and if you want to read the text in the original Hebrew, and though it's pretty out of date, that's your best bet for a critical edition. The standard edition of the text in English is that of Alexander, to be found in the 2-volume Old Testament pseudepigrapha collection. This is just a must-have for anyone interested in any of this material, especially the Enoch literature. His introduction is wonderful not only for the text of 3rd Enoch, but also for the world of Merkavah mysticism more generally, but also the range of texts that 3rd Enoch interacts with, especially the ones that have been found since 1928, like, the Dead Sea Scrolls and Nag Hammadi. If you're interested on Jewish bitheism or this Two Powers in Heaven heresy, the best texts there are Siegel and Schaeffer, and both of these are wonderful texts and both worth checking out. In fact, this Two Powers in Heaven heresy business worried the rabbis, I think, a good bit more than early Christianity, interestingly enough. Well, maybe they just grouped early Christianity in with this Two Powers in Heaven heresy. Who knows? Of course, more on Enoch, angels, and Metatron to come. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Davis.
no way I could have been doing this while the kids nap. My wife told me to start watching soccer videos on TikTok Pro. Now I earn points just by liking, following, and searching soccer content. No limit on rewards. And I can use the
Norton 360 scans nearby Wi-Fi networks and alerts you to potentially harmful public Wi-Fi connections. Norton Secure VPN is part of Norton 360. Access your favorite apps and website while on the go. Norton 360 scans nearby Wi-Fi networks and alerts you to potentially harmful public Wi-Fi connections. Norton Secure VPN is part of Norton 360. Access your favorite apps and website while on the
Hello, Jeff. How are you? I'm glad to be here. How's your day going? Take your time. I. That's all right. I'm here. That's absolutely correct. I had the opportunity to send you an email right before I joined that has my relevant links in it. I don't know if perhaps in the description you could put those in there um, at some point. Okay, okay, certainly. I understand that. Eh, That's phenomenal. And then the last link there, if you see, it's a YouTube link. And if you have the opportunity, you can either click that or if you don't want to, can you please, before we start, just type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and then where the filter is, go by live. I'd like you to see how many live streams I have at any given time. So, yeah, that's correct. That's correct. And then you want to filter by live. Sure. Well, that could be live. Did you filter by live? No, 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 no. Not just one live. Yes, exactly. Do you see that they're all live? Okay, certainly. Okay, okay, okay. My thought would be though that wouldn't I just have like 13 of the same thumbnails? Okay, Yes, sir. I see your. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Some. So something that just is attractive to get somebody's attention. Yes. Okay. I can do so. I don't know. At the end, perhaps, do you think if it's possible, you could show my lives just so that people can see? Wow, he's live on like 15 different channels. Okay, that's all right. Absolutely. Okay. No, you're not at all. It's very much appreciated. I appreciate that. Thank you. Excellent. I appreciate the input, and I will do my best to take your advice. Thank you. And I'll have different ones. I can make that a daily activity. All right. Well, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Oh, we are very cool. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, that's okay. That's that's correct. That's correct. I have both. Eh, That's correct. So the book part where he talks about the Galactic Federation is in the epilogue, and then I'm going to go through his interview, and then he did a more recent interview last month, which I really think is a nice bookend to this. Yeah, and that's correct. Though he does speak English, so his most recent interview was in English. It was with Uri Geller, and he talks about the Men in Black that visited him. Yeah, so that's why we didn't hear anything. Yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, some yes. Absolutely. Well, thank you. Yes, I mean, most of my Hebrew is certainly biblical. So, but I do have in the little intro that I wrote, the background that I have, and so hopefully, the I didn't only rely on my translations. I relied on other people's translations, multiple as well, to ensure as much accuracy as possible. The book is all in Hebrew, and his interview was in Hebrew, but I should say his 2020 interview was in Hebrew, but his 2026 interview was in English. Yeah, yes. Just let me go through my notes. And when you have questions, feel free to bring them up. But I have a lot of notes to review on his background, his book, especially the epilogue. He's got some really interesting things in there. Even in like Close Encounters, he expands what the traditional J. Allen Hynek Close Encounters are. He talks about the Galactic Federation. He talks about what Donald Trump knows, perhaps, and yeah. So I think it's really interesting. So yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, I sent you 10 questions. Are you going? Excellent. Are you going to ask those like throughout, or right at the beginning, or? Most certainly. Okay, excellent. I appreciate that. And oh, most certainly. Absolutely. Certainly. I am. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Jeff. It's a very big family. We're all related. We share DNA, but it is quite distant. We have common ancestry, but it goes back centuries. So if anyone out there thinks I am of the banking part of the dynasty, I am not. Well, I used to be a skeptic on the subject throughout my youth and until about 2008 when I saw the Disclosure Project of Dr. Stephen Greer. And the Disclosure Project, for those who don't know, was a May 9th, 2001 event at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., where Dr. Stephen Greer had more than a dozen vetted witnesses from all aspects of the military and certainly agencies of the government and international experts who were whistleblowers on the topic of UFOs. And this was the first time that it caused me to recognize that this isn't just one witness nor two. This is quite a group of people who have data, FAA data, NASA data. They had been working in these fields for many years, and it was the catalyst to the journey into ufology that on which I am currently. Most certainly. He's a former Israeli aerospace expert who became internationally known after a December 2020 interview with the Israeli newspaper Yedioth Ahronoth. He made some really groundbreaking statements in terms of what he had witnessed, things like the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, government awareness of extraterrestrial phenomena, a possible relationship between humanity and advanced civilizations, humanity's readiness for disclosure, and really the future evolution of human consciousness. And the reason why these were in particular of importance is because he's also commonly known as the father of the Israeli Space Agency and certainly has had major roles in Israeli projects, including their satellite programs. So this was not just a run of the mill whistleblower. This is a brigadier general in the Israeli Space Agency. And for those who don't know, the Israeli military at any given time only has about 24 generals. So this is essentially one of the top members of the Israeli brass who made these types of whistleblower claims. He says that he was at the time 87 years old. This occurred in late 2020 when he wrote a book and put out a subsequent interview. And he said that he had nothing to lose, that all of his education had been vetted, his military service had been vetted, and he felt that the information was important enough to get out to the public. And at 87 years old is when he made the opportune choice to do so. Wow. Well, he essentially says that we are not alone in the universe and that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations exist. He argued that the size and the age of the universe make it highly possible that intelligent life has developed elsewhere. With billions of galaxies containing billions of stars, it should suggested that Earth is unlikely to be the only place where advanced intelligence has emerged. According to his claims, he states that these civilizations are observing humanity and have been. Some civilizations are far more technologically advanced than humans. Contact between humanity and advanced beings has occurred in some form. Humanity is still developing toward a greater understanding of its place in the universe. And his statements were connected with the larger philosophical question: if intelligent life exists elsewhere, how would humanity respond? Moreover, he talks about a galactic federation, which we will get into. He talks about perhaps some type of American program on Mars, which is may seem some far fetched, but we'll go into those claims as well. And really has stated that there are at least five governments of the world, including Japan, the United States, the United Kingdom, China, as well as perhaps others, that have a connection to this galactic federation, which includes at least nine types of extraterrestrial species. And he made these amazing claims in his book that was published in November 2020, and then again reiterated this in an interview in December 2020, which caused international attention. It's an excellent question. He essentially says it's just with his experience within the Israeli Space Agency, but at no point does he say that he actually met extraterrestrials. Well, one of his most discussed claims is this idea that a galactic federation exists. He describes this as a possible association or an organization involving advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. According to his statements, this federation involves cooperation among different intelligent civilizations and exchange of knowledge, the monitoring and developing of civilizations, and a cautious approach toward younger civilizations such as humanity. He suggested that humanity has not yet reached the level of maturity required for open interaction with these civilizations. He says that the idea of this federation has existed certainly in science fiction and UFO literature for decades, but it is a reality. And while there's no publicly available evidence to confirm its existence, it is something that he has basically rested his laurels on and his experience, stating that this is a true group that has interaction on Earth. It's made up of at least 9 different species, and they've been here for some time. He says that in general terms, the extraterrestrials have different makeups. So it's not just one type of species, but he includes the discussion of the gray aliens and says that they're probably going to be the first general species that humanity has some type of disclosure of. But he does not go into any further detail as to why there are only 9 civilizations, why aren't there 900, or why nine's the special number. But he does mention 9 in his works. No, he mentions that just due to the size of the universe, that these types of civilizations do exist, but according to him, the Galactic Federation is made up of 9 species. He does not give a source of this information, nor does he have any physical evidence of this. This is all just his verbal claims. Yeah, so he basically states that humanity has some type of program on Mars, specifically the American astronauts, that they have a joint base with some kind of extraterrestrials, and perhaps a crater on Mars, and that this is part of some type of secret space program. He moreover says that the architecture of Mars, or I should say, the archaeology of Mars, is really important to study. That when the public program of sending astronauts to Mars is um, in the public consciousness, that one of the things that astronauts will have to do, in addition to being geologists and certainly studying the climatologists, they will have to be archaeologists, because perhaps there are some types of structures, perhaps some type of ancient civilization that was once there. He talks about some type of um, underground base there. He does say that the American astronauts have made some kind of contact with Mars, which is really a very difficult uh, idea to swallow, just considering all of the challenges that are there. And then he also makes some claims on some of the photographs that were taken from the different rovers, and states that many of the pictures do not necessarily look natural, that um, perhaps there are some artificial structures there that may need to be studied. And we would like to preface all of this by saying these are what he has said, not necessarily what is actually there or what perhaps I believe, but this is something that he has said, that humans have already been to Mars. He doesn't say when we got there, he doesn't say what programs are going on there. He just states that there is an American astronaut program underground, um, working alongside the Galactic Federation. He doesn't specify. Yes. So, to give people a timeline, we had President Trump's first term, which was essentially from 2016 to 2020, and Chaim Eshed's whistleblowing occurred at the end of 2020. I guess to be more specific, President Trump until January of 2021. So during the first term, Chaim stated that President Trump was aware of information related to extraterrestrial matters. Uh, According to his interview, he stated that Trump had considered revealing information but was discouraged because humanity was not ready. This became one of the most controversial parts of the interview. While there's no verified evidence confirming that Trump had direct knowledge of extraterrestrial contact or that he had planned a disclosure announcement or even that the US government possesses confirmed proof of extraterrestrial civilizations. This was a claim that Chaim Eshed had made in 2020, and we'll get into in a little bit that there was a recent interview that Chaim Eshed did with Uri Geller in 2026, actually last month, and within that discussion, they state that they still believe that the Galactic Federation exists, and they don't retract any of their previous statements. So, from Chaim Eshed's standpoint, he believes that Donald Trump does have direct knowledge of extraterrestrial contact, that there was a planned disclosure announcement, and the U.S. government possesses confirmed proof of extraterrestrial civilizations, but yet, for whatever reason, President Trump was discouraged to reveal this information because humanity was not ready. And this is a claim that Chaim Eshed states that the Galactic Federation makes, that humanity is not ready. There are some major topics and reasons that he gives. A central theme in his interview is the idea that humanity may not be psychologically or socially prepared for full disclosure of extraterrestrial contact. He suggests that learning that we are not alone could create major changes in human society. Potential impacts that he mentions are religious questions about humanity's place in creation, political challenges, economic uncertainty, changes in philosophy and culture, and really just questions about human uniqueness. This concept is sometimes called ontological shock, the idea that discovering something completely unexpected from reality could transform how people understand themselves and existence. He suggests that extraterrestrial civilizations may prefer gradual disclosure rather than sudden revelation, which makes sense in our current time with perhaps soft disclosure that has been happening slowly over the course of the last 80 or so years, as opposed to one event that triggers complete disclosure. It depends. It depends on the person. It depends on the person. And it depends on the community. But for many forward-thinking religious leaders, many rabbis in particular, even the rabbis of a generation ago, including uh, who's known as the Lubavitcher Rebbe of the Chabad Hasidic dynasty, Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory, the idea that humanity is not alone in the universe is not something that necessarily causes religion to stop. At least within Judaism, we are an adaptable religion. We do not have one single figurehead that determines doctrine. Generally, we look toward the rabbinate, my rabbinical colleagues and leaders within the religion, to be able to adapt the religion in whatever way is necessary. And really, as a religious leader, if we were made aware that aliens were here on Earth at some point, either currently or in the past, or we were seated here, it may take some slight adjustments to some ideas, or perhaps interpreting some religious ideas as perhaps metaphors as opposed to something that we may take more literally. But in reality, this is something that we have to recognize with the size of the universe that there is a very small chance that we are here alone. I can tell you that I've taken this subject to my rabbinical colleagues, including within the modern Orthodox community and Hasidic communities, including Chabad. I've shown them UFOs flying parallel to Soviet MiGs, and asked my rabbinical colleagues to be able to explain it. And I get two separate answers. Basically, the first is that there's only God, and there's some rejection of this. And then the other, which is much more progressive, which is perhaps we're not alone, and we're going to have to brace for this and brace our communities for that. And I personally feel that that's the mature approach to take. We shouldn't stick our heads in the sand. We should recognize that we may not be alone, and we should handle this subject in a mature fashion. Well, it may, depending on the role that extraterrestrials may have had on Earth. So there's the idea that humanity was perhaps seeded here, an idea known as panspermia, um, but perhaps guided panspermia by another species. And if that occurs, it will cause some issues to the creation story, because, of course, there's nothing about that within Bereshit or Genesis, and really any creation story. But many people already interpret aspects of the creation story to be metaphorical, that the earth, or really our world, was created in 7 days, and perhaps those were seven, each day was a billion years. Some people look at that metaphor or analogy for the way that the world could have been created. And the idea would be that, from a traditional standpoint, early our early ancestors didn't have a way to be able to properly be able to explain their origins. And so they used the best type of creation story that perhaps they could have had, and relied on the sages to be able to explain where we came, because they just weren't able to properly communicate the idea of guided panspermia or something of that nature. So from a creation standpoint, this certainly would have some major impact. But this doesn't necessarily mean that if disclosure happened today, that we still wouldn't, at least as Jews, keep kosher. We still wouldn't value traditional family ethics and morality and values. Much of our daily lives would not be changed. There are many of us who already know that we are not alone, and yet still are able to balance a religious life with the idea of humanity's role in the universe. And we're able to do so with an open mind, and with confidence that when our colleagues and other members of our community recognize that we aren't alone, that it shouldn't cause fear. We should recognize that it's an opportunity for the religion to perhaps mature, adapt, and continue embracing our traditional values, while also embracing the new aspects that are to be discovered along with the rest of the world, in both other religions and the secular world. It's Chaim. Yes, he does. So he discusses the philosophical effects. Um, Essentially, his ideas include consciousness as part of a universal network, that human awareness is connected to a larger cosmic structure, that the idea of death is potentially a transformation rather than a complete ending. He really described the possibility that humans become connected again for a larger cosmic fabric after physical death. And these ideas generally overlap in discussions found in the philosophy of consciousness, spiritual traditions, the study of near-death experiences, certainly speculative interpretations of quantum theory, and really modern neuroscience has not confirmed that consciousness survives biological death, but the nature of consciousness remains one of science's greatest unanswered questions. And at least from Chaim Eshed's standpoint, the idea of consciousness does not end with death. Sure. A little bit. I know that they, within the last decade, were able to have some type of lunar touchdown. I believe it happened in 2019 or so. That was the first time that they were able to have any type of successful um, purported connection with lunar the lunar surface. That their satellite program really was, it, I would say, uh, increased and expanded under Chaim Eshed's tutelage, which allowed them to move from satellites and then into rocketry. And as well, they do have Israeli astronauts that do uh, work with other countries in order to in low Earth orbit generally at this time. And I believe they were the fifth country, perhaps, in space, depending on how that idea is perhaps um, what you consider to be in space, generally low Earth orbit, and then perhaps being able to send missions outside of low Earth orbit past the Van Allen radiation belts. Aside from that, it's quite a um, clandestine and I would say uh, very much classified program to some extent. Um, are you referencing like an extraterrestrial craft? So there that hasn't necessarily been confirmed, obviously, because that would be disclosure. I can tell you, at least from Chaim Eshed's interview, he does say that at least on Mars, there uh, and just in general, the Galactic Federation has some type of um, craft like a mothership that's the size of a small town, and then it has craft that expand from that, that are like run by robots. But as for Israel itself, it's a small country. It's about the size of New Jersey, and for anyone who may think that they could have a craft, that is certainly conjecture, but that hasn't been confirmed. Generally, responses have been divided. Supporters point to his aerospace background, his experience with government space programs, his knowledge of advanced technology. They argue that his position makes his statements worthy of serious consideration. However, his skeptics argue that his claims require evidence, that his credentials alone do not prove extraordinary statements, and that there's no physical evidence that has been publicly presented. And that's always the issue that we get with whistleblowers. What evidence do we have? The scientific approach certainly requires independent verification, documentation, and repeatable evidence. And really, while many scientists believe life elsewhere in the universe is likely, confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial visitation has not been publicly established. And that's really the big issue with Chaim Eshed is he makes some major statements and major claims, but really we have no evidence of these. Well, it's an excellent question. So there have been some independent investigators who attempted to get follow-up interviews with him. So to give a little bit of a timeline, he publishes the book in November of 2020. He does an interview with an Israeli newspaper December 2nd, 2020, and then basically disappears off the radar, even though his claims made international news and garnered international attention. Many people wanted to know what happened to him. Uh, People contacted his publisher. His publisher made the researchers aware that he was not available for any interviews. They made the people who were researchers aware that the co author of the book was not available for any interviews. And also that the book, there were no plans to publish it in English, which was quite intriguing. That if you were doing your best to sell as many books as possible, perhaps you would want to put this information in a language that is perhaps more predominant in the world than Hebrew, but this was not done until 2026. And just so happens last month, uh, in June of 2026, Chaim uh, had uh, a joint interview with Uri Geller. For those who don't know, they're both Israeli. Uri Geller goes back decades in many supernatural phenomenon discussions that aren't necessarily relevant for this discussion, but Uri Geller is someone who has a certain social media and publicity history that would allow Chaim to be able to get out messages about what had happened to him over the course of the last 6 years and why he had disappeared for so long. So, um, uh, the exact event that occurred was a June 10th, 2026 interview where Uri Geller interviews Chaim Ashed, and they address the public inquiry. Geller opens by acknowledging that they have had thousands of inquiries regarding Eshed's multi year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations. And this is very interesting. Chaim Eshed says that he had a Men in Black encounter. He attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. He chose to cease public discourse on the subject following this encounter until he could consult with Geller. And this is really probably one of the more recent publicly acknowledged Men in Black encounters that he had. His interview is in English, so for any of the audience who's interested in hearing, if they're English speaking, and hearing exactly what Chaim had to say, you can certainly hear for yourself. But basically, he did say that there were these mysterious, untraceable Men in Black figures who caused him to remain silent for the last 6 years. And it was only until Chaim had the opportunity to meet with Uri Geller, and perhaps enough time had passed for Chaim Eshed to explain why his absence occurred. And also, Chaim is now 93 years old. And so, if he didn't have anything to lose, so to speak, at 87, he's got even less to lose at 93. And so, for anyone out there who wants to perhaps hear exactly what Chaim had to say, I would definitely encourage you to see that interview that he has with Uri Geller. But that is a summary of what occurred. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know perhaps if anyone aside from Chaim himself knows the answer. It is really something that's absolutely fascinating that at 93 years old, he's still of sound mind and he did not retract anything that he previously had said. Um, but perhaps he did get the green light now to be able to make these statements. And I personally am happy that he did because it leads more credibility that he's not retracting what he previously stated. He still believes in the Galactic Federation, and just generally, he he's in good health, and you can see he's of sound mind, and he doesn't seem to be threatened to be making these new statements. That he seems to be doing so of his own accord, and that is certainly um, a I would say a relief to see as well as someone who cares about the person. Well, first and foremost, his role is arguably one of the most or the highest ranking officials to ever speak about extraterrestrials, and to have it done in the more modern era, and especially in a post pandemic world, is quite interesting. He was a brigadier general. He graduated from Technion in Israel. He has over 30 years of experience within the Israeli Defense Force. He's the father of the Israeli satellite program, at least. Plus, he is one of the most decorated individuals in all of Israel. He has won many different prizes, some that can be um, that are made public, but even other prizes he has won. But Israel will not say exactly on what projects he won, for which for what projects he won these different awards. So he still has parts of his career that are still, at least to some extent, classified. Yet he came out and was willing to speak about this and just the topics on which he speaks about a galactic federation, perhaps expanding the idea of the uh, of what a close encounter um, is really, I think, quite an interesting take that he has, and the idea that perhaps um, we certainly aren't alone. Perhaps that consciousness continues. We hear this within ufology in a lot of different, from a lot of different whistleblowers and also people, so to speak, in the know. But we never really hear of this all coming from one person who's as vetted as someone like Chaim Mashed is. And um, moreover, Israeli the Israeli military is quite clandestine and has many classified aspects to it. And to get a whistleblower directly from Israel, I think, is very unique. And for many people who are interested in the in ufology in general and the alien phenomenon, to hear someone who has basically accomplished everything within the Israeli military that you can. And on top of that, is a contractor and a professor to be able to speak with these subjects of with such certainty, even though he lacks evidence, I would say caused the international attention that we saw. I do, absolutely. Yeah. For anyone who has any doubts, I recommend the Disclosure Project as the way to dip your toe into the subject. And then recognize that we, as people who believe in the phenomena, are the majority. And that's with the Pew Research polls, that's with CBS polls, that a majority of Americans at least believe that we are not alone. And many of us, perhaps a significant portion of those who have been polled, who are believers, believe that we are visited here, and perhaps we've been seeded here as some kind of guided panspermia, and that the technology that even you and I are using right now is perhaps reverse engineered. I think that there is some similarities between what Chaim Shed states with some of the claims that he makes and Philip J. Corso and the claims that he makes regarding reverse engineering of alien technology. He couldn't prove anything. He didn't necessarily have any evidence, but he was a relatively high ranking military official who stated that types of technology like the transistor, microelectronics, things like stealth, perhaps night vision, even things like Velcro and Scotchgard um, are all perhaps reverse engineered from alien crafts. And Chaim Shed makes many, I would say, whistleblowing statements in a similar way, but both of them lack evidence. And that's a very difficult aspect of this. But for what they lack in evidence, we have other whistleblowers who are willing to talk about some of the things that they've experienced, perhaps like Bob Lazar and Element 115, Un Pentium, Moscovium, whatever you want to call it, that he at least blew the whistle on in the late 1980s, but wouldn't be discovered again, really for another decade or so. We have on the front page of the New York Times in 2017 uh, the idea of getting UFOs on FLIR cameras, and perhaps the Tic Tac event that occurs, and whistleblowers within the government that have occurred in the years since then. There's more and more evidence that's growing and growing, in my opinion, as to what is being disclosed. And really, I feel it's a matter of just a matter of time. If you were to poll the American public at Roswell in 1947, and we just celebrated the 79th anniversary recently of the Roswell crash, I would say that it was probably a very small minority of people actually thought that aliens were here on Earth. And we've just been able to see over the course of the last 79 years or so that small minority has now become the majority of Americans. And it's not going to take, in my opinion, another 79 years for the majority to become a supermajority, and really then disclosure essentially occurs. So, in my opinion, I'm a believer. I want to say again, I was once a major skeptic on this subject. I used to debate people on this subject because I figured it couldn't be kept a secret. But the Manhattan Project was kept a secret with over 150,000 contractors. The idea that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe was kept a secret from many people until Galileo and Copernicus. And perhaps the idea that we are not alone as a civilization has been kept a secret, at least in the modern age. But I am positive that this idea is not going to be in the darkness for too much longer. We have movies like Disclosure Day that occurred. We have movies that are really becoming mainstream on your different streaming um, platforms where they take this subject seriously. And I think that we should as well. We should act with maturity, and we should act with reverence, recognizing that we aren't alone, and how can we best adapt as a civilization and move forward. Well, I'd like there to be more, certainly. I I see that we get pictures and FLIR cameras. Um, Frankly, the things that aren't released from the government, I find to be perhaps in many ways more credible in some ways, because uh, they there's better evidence many times. So, what am I referencing? Going back into early days of photography, the crafts, the airships that were photographed, moving into after, well, just World War II, the Foo Fighter sightings, which weren't really uh, recognized, or at least perhaps um, uh, verified by the government, at least from a leadership standpoint. We have the UFO flap over Washington in the 1950s. Uh, we move into the alien abductee phenomenon and perhaps different types of implants into people. And so that type of those types of events, then moving into the modern age, the more recent disclosures of the government, even just like ATIP and different organizations that people don't even really necessarily know exist, or crash retrieval programs that actually exist, whistleblowers. These are all very positive events uh, within the last year or so. The different congressional hearings that we've seen, where we have some very brave Congress people who are trying to get to the bottom of these subjects. To me, these are very positive. We didn't see this a decade ago or earlier than that. But to see Congress people taking the subject very seriously, I find to be of extreme importance, and I would like it to come from even higher up. I'd like to see the president make this a mainstream issue, no matter who the president is, no matter their background. This is the most important event in the history of the country and, frankly, the history of the world. So I'd like to see more of it, but I'm very positive of the more recent disclosures that have been made, and I'd like for them to continue and eventually to convince everyone that we are not alone. So Tanakh is what generally Christians would call the Old Testament, which is Torah, and then the prophets, and then the writings, usually the what we call Ketuvim, the Psalms and the shorter scrolls. So these combined would be, yeah, TN. Sure. Some people interpret Ezekiel's wheel as perhaps a craft of some sort. So essentially, it is uh, within the first chapter of Ezekiel, where he describes a vision that he had of a wheel in the sky, which sounds a lot like a craft of some sort, perhaps, but it could have been just a vision that he had. It's not the Bible is not very specific on any kind of similarities necessarily between the craft or the wheel and a UFO craft, but he does reference perhaps different faces of different beasts that he witnesses and different eyes, perhaps, and this magnificent sight in the sky, which some people interpret to be a UFO. There are other people who talk about angels. The term angel essentially means messenger, and the idea that perhaps angels of some sort could be some type of other type of messenger of Hashem, of God. Some people do reference those as being perhaps some type of different species. Generally, it's not specific, the Bible's not specific on the matter. There are other discussions that people have regarding Nephilim, perhaps giants of the Bible, and maybe they were some type of other species that may exist. But generally, the Bible doesn't reference any event of an abduction or some type of direct UFO sighting. And for those reasons, I think that perhaps the the events that are depicted aren't necessarily of a ufology origin, but that doesn't mean that they're not. I'm just saying that there's not enough evidence one way or another. That's absolutely correct. I've been live streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is essentially a real life Truman Show or a real life Big Brother. It's a timeline and a time capsule of human existence. And I think that this is a really amazing opportunity for people to not just study my life because I'm always streaming, but I also keep recordings of news events that are going. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day of my life for the last 4 years, almost five, and know not only what was going on within my life, but what was going on in human events. If I were doing this generations ago, people might interpret what I'm doing as being a diarist or someone writing a diary, or a journalist, someone writing in a journal. But what I'm doing is using video as my medium to be able to capture this. And I think it may perhaps in the future may have an immense amount of value for people. The Economist magazine stated in 2017 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I've archived more data than any person in the history of the world. And I believe that this data will be studied in the future, very much like a time capsule, but also as a basis for AI models on humans, and even the opportunity for people to be able to study different human systems, aging, biology, circadian rhythms, sleep cycles, eating habits, behavior. Every aspect of the human could be studied by this. So, yes, I have been doing this, and I think it's a really exciting project. Absolutely. Moreover, they live with me in my Discord. Right now, I have people who have spent more than a year with me alongside 24 hours a day, living their lives alongside me. I get people who literally spend all day, every day for the last year doing that, or people who just want to connect with me at night before they go to bed. They want to not sleep alone. I get other people throughout really every country in the world at some point of the day will come in to say hi, to update me on their day, to perhaps get pastoral support. Certainly, they may have some type of questions. They may look for advice. I'm really to help. I'm a resource to help people in any way possible. So, in addition to living their lives with me on Discord, within my Discord, yes, there are people who don't want to connect with me. They just like the idea that they aren't alone, and they'll watch my YouTube streams 24 hours a day as well whenever they have free time. Absolutely. Yes, as best I can. So at any given time, I'm live on over 25 different angles on YouTube. So it's difficult to get to every single comment. But what I do say in all of my descriptions generally is come to my Discord. I have areas where I will answer any question that you have. It's an AMA. People can type whatever question they have in there, and that message gets to me directly, and I answer it immediately in a very timely manner. And so I do have the ability for people to leave comments for me, which I invite anyone to do. But if somebody wants an immediate answer from me, you can just come into my Discord and ask me person to person. But if you're not comfortable doing that, feel free to just type in my AMA. It's a section at the top of my Discord, and you can ask me any question that you want. The best way to find it is to type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live. One of my main accounts is Best Creator Ever. I have another Rabbi Michael Rothschild. I have many different accounts. So I don't have one particular one that I would say is my main account because I'm live on so many different ones. If you want a list of them all, you can go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, and they're all listed there. Absolutely. If I were to summarize the entire Talmud while standing on one foot, it is to treat others the way that you want to be treated. If we can do that, whether you're of a religious background, a secular background, or something in between, we can all come together on that. Please, if you are out there and you are hearing me, recognize that I care about you. There are people in this world who care about you. If you're going through a very difficult time, know that it gets better. Time heals all wounds. And if I can ever be of any assistance to anyone out there, please connect with me. I will do everything that I can to help you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Jeff, and thank you to your audience. I do too. Excellent. Jeff, thank you so much for. No one can hear you, but I do have cameras that can view me. No. Excellent. I'm glad you challenged me. And I agreed with everything that you said. Roswell had been done. If you're not an alien abductee, perhaps I'm not the best person to do it, but I could lend a little bit of information regarding this topic. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate your patience with me and to have this conversation. And in the future, if you ever need me, I'm here for you. If you ever need to connect with me, I'll do everything I can to help you, okay? I'll send you a headshot right now. Okay. Absolutely. If I may contribute, Galactic Federation would be great. I think I I think that gets a lot of attention. Excellent. Okay, I will send you that right now. Thank you so much. Take care. You as well. You as well. Bye. How'd you do? Send him that picture right now. Are you happy?
Watch me on Kill Tony. You don't want to make. Listen, everybody's going to get vaccinated. Everybody's going to stay alive. Hi, I'm Jimmy Sherwood. This is my friend Kelly. You should watch Kill Tony. This is one of the funniest programs on the internet. And if you're not doing it, what are you even doing?
Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Extra! Austin, Texas, it's Monday. We're here. Make some fucking noise. We're doing it. Look, Red Band's here, everybody. Hey, everybody. How about a hand for the fucking band, huh? What the fuck? That is the Kill Tony Band, brought to you by Delicious Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a local delicious company here in Austin, Texas. It's not local. But who gives a fuck? There you go. Way to start. I mean, no one knew that. Red Band, good stuff, though. San Diego, one of the best places in the world, man. Yeah, how about make some noise for San Diego, everybody. Red Band starting strong. I love it. We are here tonight, everyone. Guys, that's Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, everybody. He's playing every Tuesday night in October over at C-Boys. That there is Michael Gonzalez on the drums, everyone. And that, on bass guitar, make some noise for Deep Madness, everybody. They're going to be with us all night. We have a very exciting show ahead of us, but before we get it started, here's a little bit more about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you. Yee-hoo! You know, out here in Texas, everything's open, business is booming. But where you live, things are just probably starting to fully open back up completely. Movie theaters, concert venues, comedy shows, the gym. All of these businesses reopening means that millions of jobs will need to be filled. So where do these businesses turn to fill these roles fast? ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's right. When you post a job on ZipRecruiter, you send your job to over 100 of the top job sites, giving you access to their network of millions of job seekers. Red Band, you know all about this. Yeah, ZipRecruiter's matching technology scans resumes to find the qualified candidates for your open roles and proactively presents them to you. You can easily review recommended candidates and invite your top choices to apply for your job, which encourages them to apply faster. According to ZipRecruiter's internal data, jobs where employers invite candidates to apply get 2.5 times more candidates. ZipRecruiter's technology is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Boom! And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Squeaky doors, clogged sinks, finicky engines, an invasion of houseflies. When things break around the house, you take care of it. However, when something's off in the bedroom, you just try not to think about it. Come on, man. What are you waiting for? Take care of it, dude. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony. Now, with Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for erectile dysfunction, all from the comfort and privacy of your home. A U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, it ships free with 2-day shipping. Red Band, you're 10 years older than me. You're a little bit softer than me in more ways than one. You know all about this. Not anymore. I'm rock hard, Tony. The whole process is straightforward and discreet. I actually ordered it using my phone. It was really easy. It's simple. You just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today to connect with a healthcare professional and take care of your little baby. That's right. Let me, Tony Hinchcliffe, make you as hard as you could possibly get. I want your boner throbbing. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now. You'll get $15 off your first month. It's really time to take care of your erectile dysfunction. And remember, get started today and you'll save $15 on your first order of ED treatment. That's GetRoman.com/Tony now. One of our favorite sponsors in the world, the Ridge Wallet. It's a light, sleek, and industrial wallet. It doesn't fold awkwardly or budge in your back pocket, and it has seriously changed our entire podcast situation. Everybody has one. Everybody's happy. Everybody feels cool. They have confidence on stage. They have confidence off stage. They were with us episode 100, episode 500. This is one of our biggest sponsors. If you ever carry a wallet, why not support the show? Get one of these awesome wallets. You're going to feel good. You're going to look cool. And you're going to say Tony sent you. They're absolutely unbelievable. Red Band and I, our entire cast, we all use them. It holds up to 12 cards plus room for cash. There's over 30 colors and styles, including carbon fiber and burnt titanium. They have over 40,000 5-star reviews. It's super durable, which means each wallet comes with a lifetime warranty. You can buy this one wallet and carry it for your entire life. It has a lifetime warranty, so it's absolutely worth what you paid for it. The Ridge team is so confident that you'll like it that they'll let you test drive it for 45 days. You can send it back for a full refund if you don't love it. You literally have nothing to lose. Red Band, tell these people what I'm trying to tell them.
I mean, how many years have we sat on that big clunky wallet? Like, why is a wallet in our back of our pants? Who thought of that idea? It hurts your back, and it's a lot of times you have that big wallet that you get at like Target, and it has like millions of business cards in there. It's like 3 inches thick. Now I have it in my front pocket. It's so slick and smooth. I'm never going to have another wallet for the rest of my life.
I agree. Don't be a buffoon. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/KillTony. Use the code KillTony at checkout. Again, 10%. Save it. Get it. It'll last you a lifetime. Go to ridge.com/KillTony and use the code KillTony at checkout. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? We are here. You are here. In Austin, Texas. Every single week, I have a couple of the best comedians in the world on this show. This show started at the Comedy Store over 8 years ago. There is no other podcast that has taped as many live episodes as we have. And we're now here in Austin. And for that, you get rewarded tonight by 2 Comedy Store icons and 2 of my favorite comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Eleanor Kerrigan and Joe Rogan, everybody. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wow. Look at you. Look at your faces. Come on. Get in here. Eleanor Kerrigan and Joe Rogan are here. This is Kill Tony live in Austin, Texas. Absolutely incredible. You guys have been guests multiple times. Eleanor Kerrigan just released her first special, everybody. Ladylike, available now, absolutely everywhere. So, such an exciting thing. Go to EleanorJKerrigan.com and listen to it. Support her. She helped me get my job at the Comedy Store fucking over 14 years ago. She was a waitress at the Comedy Store for 16 years before starting. 12 years before starting stand-up comedy, basically with me, right? 2007?
Yeah, 14 years I'm doing it.
So look at us, brothers and sisters.
Can you just show everybody you have the American flag printed on your
It is
notes?
true. These are my notes. I figure if you're going to write on paper, why not do it right? My favorite part about this American paper is that it was made in China. They do it good. You know what I mean?
Right on the flag.
So I'm pretty excited. This is new paper. Thanks for noticing, Joe. Joe Rogan of the JRE, the podcast. Welcome back, Joe. We've had a lot of fun episodes here.
Good to be here. Good to be here.
You were with us on episode 500 at the Paramount Theater here in Austin. We've been having fun.
What number you at now?
This is 521.
521.
Yes?
Yeah.
No, I think it's close.
Yeah. We've done it every week, every Monday, except for 2 in May for some weird reason. I don't even remember what happened. We don't need to talk about that. Those problems were also made in China. You know what I mean, everybody? Yikes. And we have begun. Everybody, over 100 people signed up for the opportunity to get 60 seconds on this stage tonight. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they did 60 seconds of stand-up comedy. Their time is up. They have to wrap it up then, or else they're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. So that's how it works. You're going to see people do comedy tonight. Is that exciting, everyone? And then we talk to them afterwards. We find out more about them, about their lives, and figure out what's exciting about them. The insanity will ensue. So let's start the show. But before we go to the bucket, why don't we bring one of our regulars up here? We have three people in town that do a brand new minute every single week. It's a very, very hard thing to do in stand-up comedy. It sounds easy, but it's not. These guys make it look easy. Your first comedian, your first regular tonight, originally from New York, moved to Chicago, took over the entire improv scene there. Was one of the highest ranked members of Second City of all time, and got diagnosed with ALS and decided to chase his lifelong dream of being a stand-up comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, this, kicking off tonight, a brand new minute from the great Michael Lehrer, everybody. Fucking fly over there. Get rid of these flies. Guys, this is Austin, Texas. This is Kill Tony. You gotta make more noise for Michael Lehrer, everybody.
The world is changing, people. It used to be always been on black. Now it's always been on Abdul Kabul Nurmagomedov. Hey, to the people of Afghanistan, channel my inner spirit. Do not give up till you can no longer control your force. Hey, sports are back, but who gives a fuck? We got school board meetings. Yeah! I want to see a bunch of angry ducks sitting in a caravan with the PTA president inside. Yeah, she's trying to help your kids. The only thing good about the Delta variant is somehow, some way, Chuck Norris is getting residuals.
Michael Lehrer, everybody. Very rarely does he take his shirt off. This is exciting. He's basically, for those of you just listening to the podcast, he's pretty much naked right now. This is like Hurt Kreischer.
Hey, historic Rainy Street, motherfuckers.
Wow, reppin' Rainy Street. We've seen this before. That is indeed where he lives. Rainy Street is a street made of bars. And Michael Lehrer lives there. As if he didn't have enough temptations in life to worry about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going through some shit. And once in a while, I like to take the edge off.
I love it. Michael,
Hey!
Yeah?
Tony, sorry to interrupt, but I really wanted to come here today to expose Hans Kim.
Oh! Wow! Wow, there's already been a few ladies that have exposed Hans Kim. Whoa, confidential. And I'm telling you, you can tell that it's serious because the letters start big and they get smaller as they get closer to the bottom. He really, I could tell he did this himself. The end looks like a drawing of the United States of America. You can tell that is indeed Michael Lehrer's handwriting, or foot writing. I'm not sure how he does it, really. Oh, there's another one. Confidential. Oh my goodness. This is we're perhaps confidential, spelled like King Kong. I do believe that's a reference to. Oh shit, he dropped it. That's it.
I'm cool. They name my not kidding. I scam is a fraud. It's fooling all of you. And I moved here to get pussy, and they scamming all the pussy.
Hans skim is indeed, this is a fact. Hans is getting all the pussy.
Bullshit. I mean, look at me. It's bullshit. Skim is not his real name. His government name is Kamai some young guy.
Oh, Michael, come on. Why would you do that to poor Hans? That is his name.
Hey, oh shit.
So stupid.
I'm done.
Michael there, ladies and gentlemen, in and out. Very silly one tonight from Michael. It's silly. He's barely got any clothes on. All right. How about one more time for the great Michael Lair, everybody? He's doing it. You gotta love a guy. The closer he gets to dying, the more clothes he takes off every week. I don't know what's gonna happen next week. There's not much left. You guys ready for your first bucket pool of the night? Anything can happen here. These are people, they're scattered in the back there. Make some noise for your first comedian tonight. She goes by the name of Audrey Scott, everyone. This is a new minute from Audrey Scott.
Thank you so much. I try to watch my diet, and one thing I always stay away from are breadcrumbs, because that's just for the birds. I wasn't sure if that'd be funny or not, but duck it. Quack. I have a girlfriend who keeps getting back together with the same guy. I swear to God, she only gets back together when we complain about him. So she called me the other day and she's like, oh my God, he's gaslighting me. And I think she should be more grateful. Because if I had a man to light his farts on fire in front of my face, I would marry him the same night. Sadly, I'm still single. No one's done that for me yet. And as much as I love being respected by a man, a woman hater always knows how to massage me. I'm pro-choice. I believe that women should have the right to choose to have a life or choose to take care of one. But if you choose to take care of one, don't leave it in the backseat of your car with the windows rolled up. Every time I see this, I'll walk up to the window, break it in, pull out my gun and shoot the baby in the face. If someone has to put this baby out of its misery, thank you.
All right, Audrey Scott, everybody. Hell yeah. She's dressed like the Comedy Store, but she doesn't write like she's from the Comedy Store. Welcome. How are you, Audrey? You've been on the show before.
I have.
How long you been on stand-up?
2 years counting COVID this month. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. 2 years, all of it here in Texas?
No, I moved from Virginia a little less than 2 months ago.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a big scene in Virginia?
I was the only one running a mic in my city for a year. There was more going on before COVID, but after COVID, my town was so small, it was kind of rough for the people that are doing comedy beforehand to come back out.
What do you think about what do you guys think about Audrey Scott here? This is just I'm not asking you guys, the audience. I'm asking Joe and Eleanor what they think about Audrey. What do you guys think of that performance?
Okay.
Eleanor, Joe.
The audience is saying, "Well done." That's nice. No what?
Well, I guess the guests are just gonna let the audience decide on this one. That's. I think that's their way of being nice.
I'm not being nice. I'm being. She said that it was well done. That's nice. That must be one of your friends. Where? Oh, thank you so much. Whoever said that.
You ever do any of those jokes before?
Yeah.
You do. You like those jokes. Those are
the gaslighting one. I wrote that last week, so I'm working that one out. The misogyny. I just love staring at people and rubbing my knee.
The breadcrumbs?
Yeah, that was last week too. Less than a week ago. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of high O's.
Yeah, a lot of cheese. A lot of cheese. It was like Red Band's refrigerator. There was just
I enjoy dairy products.
tons of cheese. What do you do for work, Audrey?
Nothing still.
How do you make money? How do you survive?
Every now and then I do shows for $10, and it's great. Like, you know, if you do 2 shows in a week, that means you make $20.
Wow.
No, I'm just.
Are you okay?
You're not going to save
I'm great.
I think I will. I'm going to
There's no saving this one.
Is that what you're trying to do? Did you see OnlyFans?
Audrey, up here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
You're taking
apologize.
questions from the audience.
I'm sorry.
What's your living situation that you can survive off of $20 a week?
So I just moved in with my friend Christy Nova, here in Lady. Rent is very affordable, and it's a very nice house. Very happy to be there.
Is it $60 a month?
You, math wizard. Lasers.
Is that what your rent is? That's not even the right
If
math.
you multiply that by 10, then yes. So,
What?
600.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you get that money? Oh, I'm gonna save this one.
She lets guys practice tattoos on her.
Girls do! Girls do!
Look at the bong one.
An equal opportunity.
You have a bong on your bicep. If I was your dad, I'd be so upset.
It's a lava lamp!
Even if you get a fucking bong, don't tattoo it.
It's a lava lamp! That's a lava lamp.
That's not a bomb?
No.
Might as well be a bomb.
I'm not that bad! I'm not that bad!
The only people that have lava lamps have bombs. So
Yeah, I might have.
I had a bong lava lamp.
My own mind.
yeah, it's all the same
And the
thing.
gonzo thing.
Thank you for recognizing that. He was my biggest writing influence. He
Wait,
got me
who
into
was
writing.
your biggest writing
Hunter
influence?
S. Thompson.
I'm not saying I'm as cool as him or talented, but Hunter S. Thompson is the reason I write.
Oh,
Jokes?
well.
Or I might not be doing, and not just jokes, but writing in general. I've had to public speak a lot of my life, so he got me into writing differently.
You public speak outside of stand-up?
Yeah, I was raised Mormon, so I used to have to give talks when I was 8 years old.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those
I knew something was just like, there's some wires.
one of those killer Mormon comedians.
Not the right spot.
So do your parents help you with your rent?
No. I saved up a lot of money before I moved here. I worked at Chili's.
Wow.
Yeah! Bottomless tortilla chips.
Do you still talk to your parents?
Yeah, we have a good relationship now.
Fascinating.
Yes, it was rough. It was on the rocks for a little while, but now we're pretty good. Yeah.
Have they ever seen your show?
I showed them one of my sets, and I have a joke about. I'm not gonna tell the
Video
joke.
or live?
I showed them a video right before I moved, and my mom was like, "I'm never gonna listen to a set again until it's appropriate." So I don't know if they're gonna be listening to one. I might just try to be cleaner because it's a good challenge as well. So
Well,
make my parents proud
yeah,
somehow.
everybody that, yeah. It seems like you're leaning that way. Those jokes that you wrote last week about massaging a knee and breadcrumbs, it
Yeah.
seems like you're
Thank you so
trying to
much.
impress your Mormon parents.
Thank you. I'm glad someone finally recognizes it. Maybe my parents will see this.
All right, Audrey. Well, you're a lot crazier than you look. You know that?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have you gotten a Kill Tony joke book before?
I have.
A big one or a small one?
Vegan.
Well, guess what, my friend? It's perfect. You got a small one this time from our friend Bonsai. That's Audrey Scott. She's at _Illuminaudrey_ on Instagram. Yeah, that sounds great. Let's order a drink. I'll have a delicious Crown Royal and Coca-Cola if you guys have a chance.
Me
The
too.
Red Band wants one too.
And D Madness wants one also.
All right, this is very exciting. This young lady was just up recently. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Brittany Ledesma. Look at that, 2 ladies to start the night with Eleanor Kerrigan here. Ladylike. Available now. Way in the back. That entire back area is still. One more time for Brittany Ledesma.
Not to brag, I have a transgender sister. Yes, I am more interesting than you. When she first came out, I wasn't shocked because she's always been a bitch. My mom overreacted though. She would have thought Costco would stop selling whole rotisserie chicken or that Rod Stewart had died. It's like your kid's just transgender, not a Holocaust denier. She was like, I can't look at a single penis without thinking about the son I lost. Calm down, there's no need to cry about another dick of the past. I do think it's just because she was afraid, because people tend to be transphobic. For example, men thinks it like makes them gay to have sex with a transgender woman. But personally, I think that's the straightest thing you can do, because that's a medical grade pussy. That's the tightest it's ever gonna get. It's like hitting medical weed for the first time. It's never gonna be the same. You're gonna say no to a medically tight pussy. Okay, faggot.
There you go. There's a minute from Brittany Ledesma. Indeed. Welcome back. You were on last week.
Yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations. Good luck with 2 weeks in a row. That's very, very lucky of you. Transgender sister.
Yeah.
This is all true?
I do have a transgender sister.
Right. And how long ago did that happen?
Last year?
Okay. What have you noticed? Any significant changes since then?
They're also a heroin addict, so it's a little crazy.
Yikes. I guess they have one less thing to inject into now, huh? Did you ever fuck around with her as a kid? Yeah, do you feel bad?
I used to dress her up like a girl, and now I feel like I caused it.
Oh, shit. That might be worth mentioning during that whole thing, because that's got to be interesting. Were there signs early on?
I thought she was gay growing up.
She kind of is.
Yeah.
It's a pretty close guess. Like, it's like, you know, it was very close. Yeah, exactly. Something like that. I love it. Eleanor, you're from South Philly. Do you know what transgender means?
We don't have those around here.
We don't pay any attention to that shit.